8. Shit. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Hi. Hi. So, I was just working on some of the examples of gluten, continuing the stuff that I did yesterday, and I'm a little confused right now. Specifically, if I go to temp, gluten over here. Wait, git ignore something that I should not have done. And okay, so let me see. Hello, Davey. How are you doing? I have the window example from gluten, and I do Alt F4. Everything works actually. Hold on. What did I do wrong then? Did I do something wrong then? Put an example source here. Is it only if I comment things out? Some of the unwraps was triggering for me earlier today. I'm not sure what I did exactly. But I think I commented a bunch of stuff out, like this, and this, and this also. So only the resumed event. And the cargo run example window. I'm gonna do all the 4. No. It still does not happen. Weird. I was getting the panic earlier today on the unwrap on this example. Whatever. If it works, then it works. But I figured out why I was crashing yesterday. So we crashed our entire X server. I'm back to Wayland right now. If I try to run this example over here, that I have reduced to just 50 lines of code, then I will crash my X server again. I'm not going to do that, but I figured out the issue. And the issue is the order of drop here. We have a OpenGL surface. And the surface has a reference to window because that's what we use to create the surface. But if we drop the window before we drop the surface, then it's going to crash, but not always, only sometimes. And that sometimes is if we create two surfaces. It's like weird. I'm wondering where the bug actually is. It probably is the bug on the X server itself. Anyway, what I want to do is I want to fix everything. The gluten is something that I don't need. One of the things that I broke yesterday is the gang itself. We go back to gang over here, and I do cargo check. It is going to work for me, yes, but it's only working because I'm using the patches. I'm wondering if it's possible for me to not use the patches sometimes, because I want to use the patches when developing, but I also want to have an option to disable them temporarily. For example, to have this cargo log file. Inside this cargo log that I commit to the directory, I don't want it with patches because the patches are only local. I don't think it's possible. Cargo. Cargo ignore config. Like if I have the if I have in cargo home the config toml, then can I disable it? Cargo also accepts arbitrary configuration overrides through the config command line option. The config option can also be used to pass extra paths to extra configuration files that cargo should use for a specific invocation. This is extra paths. So I think then, what I want to do instead is I want to open the Nix files, and maybe I just make an alias for the cargo that uses the local patches. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like I want two cargo, like I want a cargo lock that, yeah, I don't know. The only way that I know right now is literally just commenting out the configuration file. Or doing it with the commands, with the command line arguments, specifying the configuration. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Here, I guess. In my home, I have my aliases. And shell aliases. I'm just going to have cargo Cargo patched. It's going to be cargo config. Cargo access arbitrary configuration overrides. This may be used multiple times. The config option can also be used to pass paths to extra configuration files that cargo should use for specific invocation options from configuration files loaded this way. So I just specify config and then path to the config. Should it even be an alias? I don't know. But I want something like home cargo patched.toml. So something like this. And do dot switch. I'm going to have this alias. Wait, what? Nix failed to install. Perhaps there is a conflict with a package that was installed using nix-env-i. What? I did not install anything. nix-env-q home manager path. What is home manager path? It's been a while. Hello, Tired Beaver. It has been a while because you made us play Minecraft. So we spend a lot of time on that. But as you can see, we're back to the VS Code. And to GNOME instead of Hyperland. I went back yesterday. Do not like New Vim anymore. No, I don't like it anymore. It is bad. It's not working well. It is working very badly. Well, not very. I still like. I still will probably use it to just like change something very quickly. But in case I want, was it Rust Analyzer or no? It was Rust Analyzer and other things too. Mostly Rust Analyzer, I guess. Yes. Rust Analyzer and the fact that it cannot open multiple projects at the same time. And the absence of the multi-cursor. Those are the three things. Okay, so this time it worked. Okay, so we have cargo patched now. No, we don't. Wait. Do we not? Oh, cargo command not found. That's right, because we are not in the somewhere that has the cargo. So let's go to the engine here. So if I do regular cargo check. Oh wait, hold on. First of all, I will need to move my Or let's try cargo check, cargo patched check. So this is the invalid key. Wait, they... Hmm. Helix has multi-crystal, but you switched back to NeoVim. Why did you switch to NeoVim? Why? What's wrong with the Helix? Move home cargo config into patched. Normal. So patched is the one that I will use most of the time. I just want to have no patch sometimes. This was fine, but I wanted to be able to fold code and have multiple windows sometimes. Okay. So you want more than Helix has, and I want more than NeoVim has. Alright, so now when I do cargo check, I will actually need to update stuff here because we're not using the patches anymore. Right? And this means that this does not compile anymore because I only could compile this with a patched winit, right? So cargo patched check, on the other hand, will be able to compile this, no problem. All right. So cargo patched is the cargo that uses the patches of the libraries that I have. Should you write VS Code with Rust? Yes, I agree. I mean, or like the Vim is okay. I think you should be able to. I think VS Code is like better for new people, but like the keybinds, it's just whatever. I don't mind them. I don't think they are super great for productivity. They are nice. They're just whatever. I don't need them. I need to be able to use both mouse and keybinds. That is nice, and that's what you can do in VS Code. So the only problem with VS Code, I guess, is the performance, but it is working pretty nicely already. It could be it would be even nicer if it worked even faster, right? If everything was not a JavaScript thing. But I mean, JavaScript is pretty well performing these days too. I believe that eventually we will have something better. Okay, so basically what I'm saying here is I need to do regular cargo. Let's do update with a regular cargo. That's one of the things. So the question is, how do I do it without the patches, right? Because I updated to the winit, that is the master and not from the crates.io anymore, which means that the engine itself should depend on the git now. So here's the problem with git dependencies. I cannot specify the patch directly in the library. You can only specify the patches when you in your final application, in your final workspace. So over here, for example, I have patched the Rodeo library already. So that's why we have a git dependency here instead of a crates.io dependency. And now it's going to be the same with winit. But then the gluten winit is the library that depends on the winit. And I want it to depend on the winit that I'm actually going to use. Which means that if I make this a git dependency, then this is going to become a git dependency too. Like, there's no way for me to specify the patch, basically, in the library. Right? Unless I, like, make the users use the patches that are required for everything to work here. Otherwise, I basically need to move everything to using Git dependencies. What is the expected way? Like, what is a better solution here? So one of the other solutions is what? No, no, no. It's only the patches, right? Pretty sure it's only the patches. So does gluten itself depend on the winnet these days? I'm not really even sure. Let's see, gluten. Gluten winnet depends on both gluten and winnet, but the gluten itself in the dependencies does not have the winnet. Right? Right. So the gluten winnet is the glue that I will also need to fix. Ah, this is a pain. All right, well, let's see. So basically, I'm going to say that git is going to be GitHub first windowing winnet. If I just do this, it's not going to work, right? Okay, I added a bunch of dependencies. Okay, cargo, check. Okay, we could not compile the gang window. That is because we expected winnet window, but we found a different winnet window, which is the two versions of winnet, which are completely different, right? Right. Yeah. So here, this window is coming from the gluten winnet, right? So gluten winnet depends on the other version, which means that the gluten winnet. So I need to actually patch this and change the gluten winnet create to depend on the same winnet dependency. It's like, okay, it's impossible, right? Without me cloning and changing the cargo toml directly. Cargo patch in library. Overriding dependencies. The patch tables are made of this. Yeah. Cargo only looks at the patch settings in the cargo toml manifest at the root of the workspace. Patch settings defining dependencies will be ignored. So that is the problem. What is the replace though? The replace is deprecated. Alright, this is the old stuff. So I'm actually supposed to use patches. But patches doesn't work. Because it only works. I see. So what can I do to fix that? There must be some way, so that it's like less manual, so that I don't need to copy the patches myself. I think what I can do is, well, I could make my cargo gank, the cargo helper, to call cargo with the configuration file which contains the patches, but then it means that like the Rust analyzer is not going to work and it's not going to use the patches. So I see only two solutions. One of the solutions is that I require everyone who uses this to apply patches in their binary in their projects. But that's a bad solution. I don't like that. Or, I mean, so what we're supposed to do here is to wait until these things that I use that are patched are actually published on crates.io. Then we will be able to just update, right? But over here, for example, I submitted a pull request and it's not getting merged. So, like, okay, that's impossible. So in order to get this on crates.io, I could also publish my own version of Winit and my own version of Rodeo to crates.io. But then because this depends on Winit, I need to also update that. And if I and it's like possible that we can end up updating so much though, which is like a pain. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering what other people do. Probably just doing the patches locally. Does anyone want that? Or am I the only one? Patch. Cargo package version from git tag. Oh, this is a good one, by the way. If we could use, because right now I cannot use git as a proper replacement to cargo because the versions, like, are working completely different. Every time I tag a new version, I also need to update this information, cargo tumble and cargo lock. Yes. Yes. I like that. I want to subscribe to that issue. Okay. I want to have patches in libraries, basically. Or can I replace like a part of crates.io with so like the thing that I don't like here is that I need to specify not only the repository here but also the crate itself. Can I like do something else? Paths override. Sometimes you only need to you're only temporarily working on a crate and you don't want to have to modify cargo toml with the patch section above. For this use case, cargo offers a much more limited version of the overrides called path overrides. Path overrides are specified through cargo config toml instead of cargo toml. Inside there, you specify a key like a key that's called paths. This array should be filled with directories that contain cargo toml. In this instance, we are just adding UUID, so it will be the only one that's overridden. This path can either be absolute or relative to the directory that contains the path overrides are more restricted than the patch section, however, in that they cannot change the structure of the dependency graph. When a path replacement is used, then the previous set of the dependencies must all match exactly to the new cargo toml specification. For example, this means that path overrides cannot be used to test out adding a dependency to a crate. Instead, patch must be used in that situation. I never used this. I don't even see why would you use it instead of using a patch, especially because you can use patch inside the config toml already. Rust working with patched dependencies. Allow patching dependencies with patch files. That's also interesting. Cargo patch. What does this do? Cargo subcommand that allows patching dependencies using patch files. Patch dependency. One has to add the following to the cargo toml. Specifies which dependencies to patch and one or more patch files to apply. Running this will download the asserted package specified in the dependency section to the target patch folder and apply the given patches. To use the patched version, one has to override the dependency using the replace like this. Alright, that's not what I want. I think this is one of the most annoying things. I'm not sure how is it solved, like is it even solved in other programming languages? I don't know. Probably not. I've been working on the Rust Bevy project for a couple of months. That was on target. Runs quite smooth in desktop browsers, though on mobile it's not working. The rendering seems fine. The biggest issue is input for now. The touchscreen just not working at all. What is this? I'm using multiple library on top of Bevy. So yeah, the patch is the only thing. All right. The problem with patches though is that the patches can go out of sync with the code that is on GitHub, right? Like, yeah. So in order to have my library to work, I need to wait for the patches to be applied upstream. Or make a copy, or make users patch the dependencies themselves, but then it's going to be out of sync, which is bad. Annoying, very annoying. Okay, well, technically, all right. So what I need to do here? What I need to do here? All right. Let me move all of the things that I have patched into the other stuff too. By the way, GitHub, Moving Man, Rodeo. So this is one of the things that I have patched. Let me do this. Go into settings and transfer ownership into the gang engine. Yep. So that they are all organized at least in one place. My GitHub mobile app does not cover the request. Hello? Where's my request? I'm not getting the notification. Okay, let's go here instead. Cargo APK is another thing. Let me just move everything there. I think that's it. All right. I'm just going to also have so gluten winit. Gluten winit. This is the crate that I need to make sure that it uses the same dependency. Alright, fork. Fork. Okay. Let's have the fork ready. Hmm. So this is just the gluten. Hold on. Did I not move the gluten though? Cargo APK and gluten. Did I not move it from my own fork though? Hold on. What happened? Gluten and Kuviman. There's Kuviman gluten. Did I not move this? This got unmoved? Shit. Okay, well, how do I solve this? CD gluten it. I think this is what I do. Okay. So what I do here is that I do the gluten winit, and I need to make sure that the winit over here that I use is not from crates.io, but instead from Git, right? I do Git is... The problem is it's going to be out of sync. Like, this is so annoying to maintain. I have no idea what to do here, like how to do it properly. Okay, whatever. Let's do it. Last windowing winit. Okay, this is the only thing that I need. Let me create a new branch. Use patched winit. Use winit from master. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We're literally just using winit from master now. So over here, when I'm saying that I use gluten winit, instead of doing the version here, we are going to specify the Git repository too, which and the repository is going to be gang engine gluten, right? And potentially gluten itself. Gluten I did not change though yet. Rodeo, this one is going to be from gang engine. I did move it, right? And by the way, over here it's going to be git is this, and branch is going to be gang. Okay, like that. Is that going to work? Cargo update. Does this work? Let's see, win it. Win it is from Git. Wint is the only dependency of the of me and the gluten winit, right? So this should work now. This should all work now. Cargo check. So instead of using patches, I do the patches manually by forking and changing stuff. Hold on, but why is this an issue then? Gluten display, get GL display, display. This is not implemented for that. The traits are now not implemented. Why not? That's okay. So now the problem is because I patched this, so the gluten winit. So I have now multiple glutens here, right? In the graph, I have one gluten which is from Git, and I have another one which is from the crates.io. Okay, so there you go. Now we need to have the same over here. The gluten itself needs to be from the Git. And then another problem with that is that I need to not forget. And over here, by the way, so possibly current GL context, I think. Gluten context. Possibly current GL context. This is the trait, yeah. Alright, so now everything should compile nicely. Okay, this is very annoying. But it works, I guess. And I don't need to specify any patches anymore. Right? Okay. Use Git dependencies to make a winit master work. Okay, so this is it. And then, so does this work now? Let me see. Rent reload. Does the flake work? The flake should be working too now, right? Bam, 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 bam. Bam, bam, bam. This gluten, this is something that I can close. All right. Yes, it did work. It did work, so good. All right. So do I now go back to the main branch and I merge the winit upgrade branch? Push. Right? Okay. So this has been basically fixed, I guess. And if I go to the game itself, and I do cargo update, And we're going to use everything. Yeah. Cargo run. Did I solve the segfault problem? Yes, I did. I mean, I didn't solve it. I know how to not make it happen. The problem is that the segfault is not in our code. The thing that is segfaulting is the X server. I think it's an issue with the X server. So maybe I should like maybe I should file an issue. But I'm not exactly sure though. So yeah, what is happening is it's not only my program that is closing, right? When the bug was happening, my entire desktop environment was being closed. That's because the X server was segfaulting. It's not even my code. So I think this is something that should not happen, right? Even if you use the APIs incorrectly, the X server should never crash, right? This is like a vulnerability. I should not be able to crash my desktop environment, right? Right? So this is, yeah. And so the problem is that the X server is crashing, and right now I'm on Wayland. So on Wayland, it is the X Wayland that is crashing, and sometimes it's not the entire desktop environment that is shutting down, but only all of the applications that use the X server. They all shut down at the same time because the X server is shutting down, right? But also sometimes the Wayland is also crashing. I'm not exactly sure, like what exactly is happening. Sometimes only the X Wayland is crashing, sometimes the Wayland is crashing together with the X. It's weird. I have a way to reproduce it very easily. I have 50 lines of code in Rust that can do the crash. So yeah, it has to do with OpenGL and like, and how do you avoid it now? Well, I can show you. I can show you what I did. Gist. I made a gist for it for now. So here's this is the code that does the crash. So what is happening is I'm creating two OpenGL surfaces basically using the same window. So one of them is not actually going to be used, and another one is going to be used. So this is kind of a bug in my own logic, right? But still, like, even if I make a bad program, it should not crash the entire X server, right? So it's still a bug on their part. I'm creating two OpenGL surfaces for the same window, and then I'm also destroying the window before destroying the OpenGL surface because of the drop order. So over here, our state has is a tuple, which where the first argument is the window and the second argument is the OpenGL surface. The first and the second items, right? This means that when we drop this tuple, it's going to drop the window first, and then it's going to drop the OpenGL surface. So technically, the OpenGL surface is something that is created using the window. It should have the lifetime that is lower than the lifetime of the window. So inside the drop of the drop implementation of the OpenGL surface, we probably like still can reference the window. Yeah, something like that. Double drop. It's not a double drop. It's a use after free. Because I'm like, if I drop the window first and then drop the OpenGL surface inside the drop implementation, I'm still trying to use the window, basically. Well, that's logically what's happening. It's happening inside the X server, not inside the Rust code. So it's not the drop implementation, right? But yeah, it's use after free. We are freeing the window, and then we are using the window to free the resources of the OpenGL surface. I'm not exactly sure what the APIs I'm using from the X itself, because that's what Winit is using under the hood. But it is a use after free. We can take a look at the Winit, I guess. Is my Rust analyzer dead? Restart. Because I changed all the patches. Will it make sense that it is dead? Hello? Hello, my Rust analyzer, are you going to work? We are loading. So if we go to... No, it's probably easier if I just clone it. I already have it cloned. So over here, let's see. So would you impl? Oh, hold on. Drop for GL for surface. Oh, no. Hold on. This is not the OpenGL problem. This is the gluten problem. Not the Winit problem. The gluten, yes. Let's see. I could probably just like add a folder here. Add folder to workspace. Gluten. Okay, so yeah, what we are doing is we're implementing drop for the so on the platform X11, right? This is the platform that we are on. And gluten glx sys, is this it? Drop for surface API glx, yes. So glx is what we are using on the X, right? So what we are doing here, we are doing the last glx error, and we're using also the t-surface type, but this is a static thing. This is probably, yeah, over here. Yeah. Look at this. So this is the API that we're using, and we're using this API after we have freed the window already. So destroy. This is the window surface that we are creating, right? Right. So we do glx destroy window. glx destroy window. What if I just Google for a glx destroy window? Let's see. Oh, Boon Dan. Hello. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for the sub. Okay, so over here we have the display and we have the glx window. So the problem is that we're calling this after the actual window is no longer present, right? So we destroy something that was created previously by glx create window. Let's see. But what is a window? This is the X window to be used, right? So over here, we created the glx window, which is just the on-screen rendering area, right? We create the glx window for the actual X window, which is the just the window, and then we destroy the window before destroying the glx window. And that causes the X server to crash. But it also doesn't work all the time. It only works, like I said over here. It is very weird. It is very weird because like it only works if I create this unused OpenGL surface, which is the same thing, which is another. So basically, I'm creating two. I'm using this function twice, using glx create window twice, right? And one of them I am destroying immediately, so it should not matter at all, right? But when I exit the application, I am destroying the second one, which is actually used after I destroy the window, and then it breaks. But if I not use the second one, which is technically unused, then it's not going to crash, even although I destroy my glx window after I destroy the actual X window. It's weird. So I think it's a bug in the. So where exactly is this bug? In the glx, not in the X, right? So the problem is that this window can be no longer existing when I call the destroy window, right? Because nowhere they specify that I should not do that. Even if they do specify that, they should not specify that, right? Because the X, like the entire X server, should never crash itself. Where do you even file bugs for this stuff? I don't even know. Where does this thing exist? glx bugs. If I only have one surface, it doesn't have. Yeah, so even if I have one surface and I still use and I still use this function basically after free, the use after free still like works and does not crash. But if I create two surfaces, one of which is unused and is being destroyed immediately, then it happens. Yes, exactly. If you use if you run the X, I can give you this code if you want to look into it also. It is very weird. I mean, I'm also like kind of assuming what winit and gluten does under the hood. We did see that we use this function to destroy, right? But I mean, if we want to file the bug report to this, then I need to minimize this example even further to just use the C API directly, probably even without using Rust, just to crash my my X server, and then file a bug report, right? So yeah, earlier today I was doing the same. So like this. So this over here, this is just 50 lines of Rust code that do that. And I have been crashing my stuff for like 100 times before I get this minimized to just 50 lines. But this is still like depending on gluten and winit, right? So Now I minimize it even more by not using Rust at all, and then I can file a bug request, an issue. I'm wondering if the bug is already known though. Can I just find it? Send the link to crash mine. You add dependency on gluten and gluten winit and raw window handle. And I only do one file here. Let me just put this into the repository actually, so that you can just run it directly. Let me do this. I'm going to... How did that happen? I'm going to over here, create a new branch. Let me change this to master. And then create a new branch, which is going to be called crash X. So this is the crash X branch that I'm going to create, and gluten examples, and I'm going to create the example that is going to be called crash x.rs, right? Yes, this is going to be easier. Okay. There you go. I'm not going to run it because I don't want to crash it now when I'm streaming. Then I'm going to restart the stream, and then it also sometimes doesn't work, the OBS. So I don't want to run it right now. But I will commit that. Crash X example. By the way, if it doesn't crash for you, then maybe it's because I'm using NixOS and like some other version of the X server, but it is crashing for me every single time. It's not even RNG. Okay, so I have published this to GitHub, Genk engine gluten over here. And the branch is crash X. What am I building today? What am I going to do today? That's an interesting question. So I just fixed something in my engine so that it is possible to use it from the outside, I think. You're on an NixOS unstable, can give it a try if you can figure out how to run it. Good luck, by the way. Okay, thank you. If you want to run it, if you are willing to crash your X server, or if you're on Wayland, you should... if you're on Wayland, you need to set an environment variable, by the way. So let me give you the instructions here too. So how do I do this? New gist. Okay, so the instructions are just cargo run example crash X, right? This is how you run it, and you need to make sure that you're using the X, because the X server is what is crashing. It's probably not going to crash on Wayland directly. KDE default install. I think it's by... No, you don't need to change. You just need to change the backend to run using X Wayland. So you do winit Unix backend is equal to X11, and then you do cargo run. So this is the command that you do on the crash X branch of the Genk engine gluten that I just published. And that's like, let me know if it crashes for you too. I mean, it should. I am on NixOS unstable too. No, I'm on Nix packages unstable, and it's different from the NixOS unstable, right? We'll give it a try. Okay. It should be pretty fast to compile and run and crash. If it does crash for you, I can show you that it's going to crash me. I mean, it's okay. I can restart the stream, it's no big deal. But anyway, what we're going to do today, actually, I don't want to crash too much. What I wanted to do is to fix the engine so it's usable as a library. So yeah, we did this very annoying thing where instead of doing the patches, I need to actually fork stuff and change the dependencies from create.io dependency to git dependency so that I'm using the latest winit. Very annoying, but I did it. And the next thing that I wanted, audio is cutting out. Is it? Hold on, let me see. Is it cutting out very much? Very often? What do you mean by cutting out? It's not just you. Yeah, it may be me. It may be my pipe wire. Pipe wire is giving me some issues. Those of you who... I think it just... It's happening a lot. Okay, well I should fix that. I should fix that. It's yeah, I understand what it's so I have I guess I have the problem with audio that it cuts out for me sometime, not the microphone but the output. And I guess it can be the same with the microphone. So the issue is the pipe wire. I'm pretty sure. Those of you who use Nix, did you ever do any configuration to your pipe wire to make it to fix the sound issues? Because when I'm watching other people stream, I also... You are using pipe wire, no issues. Are you using Nix? Is it on Nix specifically maybe or something? Let me tell you. I tried to fix it once already. No Nix Arch, by the way. Okay, on when I was using Arch, I was not using pipe wire. And I had no problem there. So let's see. One of the my attempts at fixing that before was this. All right. So I changed the minimum quantum to 512, whatever that means. I'm not really understanding, but it didn't fix it completely. Eventually it started happening again. But before I did this thing to the pipewire configuration, it was even choppier for me, the output of the audio. You didn't try to stream though. So is it because I'm streaming? Is it whenever I'm using some CPU crashed? Oh, nice. You did the crash. Nice. Congratulations. So you can look at the logs of the X server and you will see that the X server has segfaulted. Nice. I didn't imagine the issue. It's not only for me. Okay. Did anyone have issues with the pipe wire and I mean general with audio on Linux? So whenever I'm watching other people's streams or anything, basically the audio stutters sometimes. And I'm guessing that the same is happening for my microphone. Did it happen in the last like 10 minutes? After you said that that it was cutting out? 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 Now it's okay. Now it's okay. Did it happen only once during this stream? Was I compiling anything? I wanted to see what I was doing. I think when I watched a little bit of the VOD of yesterday, when I did the crash, I did see that I was compiling my Rust code. So, and I did see that the audio was stuttering when I was compiling. So that's why when I was streaming on Windows, I limited my cargo to not use all of the CPU cores. Oh, nice. You did the correct. I was not using Pipewire. Pipewire is giving me some so that I'm using the latest WinIt. Very annoying, but I did it. And the next thing that I wanted. Oh, I see. It is cutting very, very lightly though. Change the dependencies from create.io dependency to git dependency. Yeah, like someone is tapping on the mic. This is weird. This is weird. And I was not compiling anything. My CPU was at 11%. What is it caused by? How do I make my sound work nice? I'm not sure how to what even to look at. Try and fix that. Discord. Let me see. So I think I have fixed. Should be fixed now. Yeah, the actions are successful, so we have fixed it. And the next thing that I wanted to do today is to figure out the Android again. So it was supposed to be fixed. I don't really know much about Pipewire. Can you choose Pipewire as a protocol in OBS, for example, or is it just Pulse Audio? I have no idea. Let's see. I'm using the microphone here as my input. Is it advanced audio properties? No. Properties. Device. I know if native Pipewire is even a thing though. I have no idea how it all works, to be honest. I'm not sure what Pipewire is. Is it I still have Pulse Audio, right? And ALSA. And how are they all interacting with each other? I don't really understand. Do you know? Settings. Audio. Global audio devices. I don't know. So I have audio devices here. Oh, hold on. Look at this. When I add a new source, I can add an audio output capture. This is pulse audio. I can have audio input capture. This is pulse audio. I can have audio capture device using ALSA. This is like different things apparently. Pipewire is what I use to do window capturing and screen capturing. I think Pulse, ALSA, and Jack are on top of the Pipewire framework. Is it? I thought that Pulse Audio is working on top of ALSA. And Jack is something that is, well, like an alternative to ALSA, is it not? I have no idea. I mean, I just want to fix my audio issues. I just want to fix my audio issues. But I don't know how to do that. So instead we work, like I said, on the Android. So here's what we did yesterday. Yesterday on the engine, let me add this one. I want to remove but I want to add folder, which is the engine. So on the engine, we did over here. Over here, we are supposedly should now properly handle. I should probably handle the resumed and suspended events, but I do not. And this is weird. Why do I not? So the reason I'm not, it's not working, is that these events are not even getting to my Android. Like my Android is not even my application is not even getting these events. So what I want to do is to minimize the thing, minimize the example here, right? In order to minimize the example, we want to use the we want to do what? We want to use this thing directly. Yeah. Let's see. Probably want to. How do I do it? Where do I do it? I think I want to do it in inside the engine. I'm just going to create a test project here. Right? I'm going to go to crates, cargo new, Android test. Okay. Android test, this is the thing, and we're going to create the testing Android application. Oh, it should be a dynamic library, right? Lib, create type, C dynamic library, right? The dependencies are going to be the engine. And that's all I really need. And we're going to have librs. How do I do this again? It's pretty simple. Pretty simple. In our lib, I need to do no mangle Android main. Yes. All right. So this is failing to resolve because this is only available on Android, but it's going to work. I'm going to init the application, and I'm going to do create the engine then. Android test, right? And then we're doing run test. And then we have struct test. Command state for test. Draw. Clear. So let's see. I want to just see the red background. And that's it. Right? Or although, you know what? Let's just have it animated a little bit. Let's have it animated a little bit. Right, so I'm going to do RGBA diffract 0, 0, 1. Something like that. So this is the simple application that is going to be like going red and black and everything. And what I want to do here is I want to do cargo apk run package is going to be Android test. Platform 30 is not installed. Yes, that is it. So what we need to do also, because I don't have that installed, I need to do these things. Package metadata Android. I don't need the assets here. I want the target SDK version to be this. I want orientation and theme, whatever. Yeah, okay. So this should compile nicely and be able to run. Let me know if my voice is going to glitch right now while I'm compiling. Because I'm using 100% CPU, it's probably going to be stressful. Sounds good so far. So it's not the compilation that is causing the audio glitches, right? It's something else. Yeah, my OBS like looks pretty smooth. Everything is smooth. Even though I'm using this. On Windows, when I was compiling and using 100% CPU, it was lagging my entire PC. So Linux is better, I guess. Oh, by the way, I figured out. So yesterday I was trying to move from Wayland to X on my GNOME, and I figured out that on X you cannot have multiple monitors with different refresh rates. I mean, you can, but then everything is going to work on the lowest refresh rate apparently. Does anyone know how to fix that? Oh, look at this. I'm less than 1 GB free space now. Okay. So we have compiled, I just didn't have the device available. Do I clean up the space right now, or do I run it on the phone first? Let me run it on the phone first. So I'm going to turn on the wireless debugging. Okay. So here's my phone over here. It's true only for browsers with their ref event. You can mix refresh rates just fine. So is it a problem with GNOME then? Because my mouse is less smooth when I run GNOME on X instead of on Wayland, and like these animations, right? They are not as smooth. I do see the difference in the frame rate. This monitor is 144 Hz, and the other monitor is 75 Hz. It is very visible, the difference. Okay, let's run this. Wayland is more smooth in general. Yes, so on Wayland everything is working nicely. But, I mean, not everything. Otherwise I would not have tried to move to X. You're only on 60 Hz, so you never tried. It can be that X11 uses safer defaults. No, I'm pretty sure I saw the issue. Okay, so... Wait, what happened? Where's my... Why did I disconnect? Why did I disconnect? Hold on. Okay, so here it is. Here's the application that we just built, the little test applications, right? So it's red and black and it's animated, right? But as long as I do this and then I go back, it's supposed to continue, but it's not continuing. Right now, it's just trying to continue, but it doesn't work, it's going to say that the application is not responding right now, and then I can force quit it. So it's supposed to continue after the suspension, the Android app, and it's not working. So that's what I want to fix, and I'm not sure why. So by the way, Kichi Bisov, you said that it can mix refresh rates just fine. I'm pretty sure that I just googled it earlier today. X org mix refresh rates. It does support. So as when I was googling this earlier, it said that for full screen game, it supports the X11 unredirection, and then for the full screen game where you have this unredirected, then you can do the mixed refresh rates. But the compositor itself, so it's the issue with Mutter then, right? So the problem is with GNOME specifically, with Mutter. Yes. I don't know. Try GNOME yourself. What did you try? What did you? So it just depends on the compositor, I guess. Maybe. GNOME X org mixed refresh rates. GNOME renders at 60 FPS, ignoring monitor refresh rates. Is there a 60 monitor connected or all displays 6165? I'm not sure if that's the issue that I have. But yeah, over here, look at this. GNOME on Xorg seems to use the lowest refresh rate among monitors, non-NVIDIA GPUs. Yes, that's exactly me. This is Xorg architectural limitation. There is a single window for Mutter's output spanning all monitors, so the frame rate is limited by the lowest refresh rate monitor. They say that this is an Xorg architectural limitation. The solution is Wayland. That's what they are saying to me. So are they wrong then? It's not the issue with Xorg. It's the issue with Mutter that they have a single window spanning all monitors, right? They should have a different implementation in Mutter so that it's not a single window but multiple windows for every monitor. Then they would be able to do frame rate, like independent frame rates for all the monitors, right? Here's the issue. It's closed as it... I don't know. Anyway. By the way, since you just you're the one who is the Winit guy, right? The maintainer. Were you here when I showed how to crash the X server using Rust? How to segfault? I'm pretty sure that we found a bug in the X server that it should not be crashing. It wasn't here. Okay. So here, let me show you again. So I have the forked gluten over here on the crash X branch. I have added the example to the gluten examples, which is called crash X. If you run this one, it's going to crash X. And it is just 50 lines of code. If you want to try it out and crash your own X server too. So the thing is, I'm pretty sure that when I was investigating this, the issue is the drop order, and I'm dropping the window here because it's the first element of the tuple before I'm dropping the OpenGL surface. So when the GL surface is being dropped, we are using the glx destroy window function, but the window, the X window itself, is already destroyed because we dropped it before, and it causes a use after free, I think. You should drop surfaces before window. It started in the docs. Oh, wait, is it? But it should not crash the X server anyway. I was looking for this in the doc. Where is it? Because the safety of the create window surface only says that this thing. It still is the bug in the X, no? Because we should not be able to crash the entire server, but only our own application if we do something wrong. Surface. What exactly is the documentation, and where does it say that I should drop it after? In the create surface? I'm pretty sure that I looked at it and it... So we are using specifically create window surface. This one on the GL display, right? Create this surface that can be used to render into a native, and the safety says that the raw window handle must point to a valid object. That is all it is saying. It's saying, so like this comment should be expanded then, right? Because it is the raw window handle should be pointing to a valid object not only during the creation, but during the entire lifetime. But still, like I was saying, it should not be able to crash the entire X server. So this is still a bug in the X, not in the not in gluten or Winit, but in the X, right? In GLX somewhere. Like false, your favorite? Yeah. So shouldn't this also mean that if you want in gluten to make sure that this is more safe to use, then the window surface should have a lifetime associated with the raw window handle. It's X server bug, yeah. Is it already reported? Is this where you do the bugs? Segfault. Let's see, how many segfaults are here? Indirect rendering causes segfaults. This segfaults, this segfaults, this segfaults, this segfaults. Look how many segfaults are here. You don't think anyone will ever fix this? Do people not work on the X anymore? Or what? Everyone is focused on Wayland? No, it is still being worked on, right? Did Segfault where you were killing the Ender Dragon? No. Everyone is doing Wayland. Okay. So yeah, I'm back on Wayland now, but on Wayland some things don't work, like the window capturing with the alpha, like we figured out. Okay, anyway. I'm trying to fix the Android now. The suspend and resume. I don't have the suspend and resume events on my phone. Look at this. So here's the simple example that I have created. I can also reduce it if you want. But I'm just running a single thing. Here's my phone, right? Here's the application. Let me close it and then open it again. So here's the application that I have created. So when I'm suspending and then I'm opening it again, it does not work. It is trying to continue, but it is stuck in a busy loop right now or something. And I think when I looked at the logs yesterday, it was not receiving the suspend and resume events at all. Let's do the cargo APK run so that it attaches actually. All right. Okay. So over here, we already it is already not responding completely. This happens as soon as I suspended. So the suspend event is not getting to me for some reason. Tombstone sounds rough. Did it say tombstoned? All right. So let's take a look over here. I have this in logs. Let me just do this. If I do that, just debug, right? I will be able to see this in the logs. I will be able to see all the events that are happening. All the events that are happening. Okay, so there you go. As you can see, we see all of the events that are happening. If I try touching, I'm going to see the touch events. And then wireless debugging has been disconnected for some reason. Hold on. Or is it just the screen copy that has been disconnected? Okay, the application is still running, okay? Oh, but I don't see the logs anymore. Shit. Is it, was it disconnected because I'm using too much, like, bandwidth or something? 1 second. Okay. It is weird. We saw these events. They were happening even though the phone was locked already. The tombstone is a file with extra data about the crash process. Yeah. I mean, we can see the logs here when I'm running on the phone. Because we can connect the debugger to the phone, right? So here's what is happening. Here's what is happening. We have the application that is running, right? So here, this is the application. We have all of the events, right? And then I do this, and then I go back. So as you can see, even though I closed it, I'm still having these events, which is weird. And then when I go back, huh. So yeah, this is what is still happening. This busy loop is still happening, and I'm not getting the events that I'm supposed to get, which is the suspend and resume. Very weird. So what am I doing wrong here? So we are in a busy loop, which has the main events cleared, redraw events cleared, loop destroyed, and the new events. Do you set to wait? Okay, I do not set to wait, so I should set to wait, right? What is it by default? The redraw events cleared when it's not current. Over here. I set to exit. Wait, hold on. No, when it's, hold on. Redraw events current when it's not current, it's pull. Where's the documentation of that I should be doing that? Let's see, caveats. Despite, there's not a perfect replacement to pull events. Pull events is the API that we had before, right? I remember that. And then this was replaced with the run return. And then it's going to be changed into pump events. Right? You set when current, but from current you should wait. So it won't try to busy loop. You set when current, but from not current you should wait. So it won't try to busy loop. Discipline to not have events spammed. I don't understand that, to be honest. Even if I'm in a busy loop. Okay, so hold on. Hold on. Let me see. The control flow. I should see the documentation of that. Maybe I never really looked into the documentation. When you updated the winit from the poll events that I was using before to this run return, I kind of rushed it. I think I don't understand something here. Winit. Run return. Right? It returns the control flow to the caller when this is set to exit. Okay. Alright, let's see. Wait, when the current loop finishes iteration, suspend the thread until another event arrives. Oh, okay. And by default, it's what? So over here, I'm getting the mutable reference to the flow, right? So what is it by default? Why am I not even returning the flow here, but instead having the mutable reference? But I understand, we're waiting for the another event. It's pull. Wait, what does it mean that it's pull? Oh, it's pull by default, I see. That is to pull. Default to pull over here. Yeah. What is the reason that this closure, instead of returning the control flow, is taking a mutable reference to the control flow? I don't understand. This is it seems like it would be a better API if it was returning instead. No. But sure. And also, instead of setting this, I saw in the examples that you can do flow.set exit. It was 3 years ago. You don't remember? Okay. And so by default, that's what I saw in your example, right? By default, we set to wait. So that's what it means. Because I tried removing the wait from your example and it still was working. So I was assuming that it does nothing. So that it was defaulting to it. But I guess that's what we need to do. So unless we wait, we're not getting the suspended events. Is that correct? So from inside a busy loop, we will not be able, because it's basically a callback probably. No, hold on. So what is happening right now? Why am I still in the busy loop? I closed the app on the phone already, and now I go back, and it's still in the busy loop. So what is wrong? Hold on. What is wrong? Why am I still in the busy loop? I did set to wait now by default. Did I set it incorrectly somehow? I should set to wait when it's not current. Well, but it is current. Yes, if it is current, then we set to exit. And if it's not current, so like by default, we're setting to wait. We're doing the wait every time, except when we're doing the redraw when the context is current. So why do I still have the spam of the events? Because the redraw is being called every frame? I mean, it should not be called though when I close the app, right? Hmm. Hmm. Let me see. I have the events. If I touch, I see the touches. Then I close the app. So right now I'm closing it and I'm still having the loop. Weird. What's wrong? And no suspension. Android, iOS, WASM, the supplied exit goes it unused. Alright. I only set it to wait and set to exit. So I'm guessing what is happening. What is this? Loop destroyed, for example. Loop destroyed. Main events cleared. Loop destroyed. Include an example working with upstream WinIt. Maybe something got broken. Right now I'm using the master branch of both Gluten and WinIt. It's a weird event due to run return design. Okay. So I should not be looking into that, right? So this is supposed to work, is what you're saying. Should I try minimize the example to not use my own implementation and just like run the example from the gluten directly? How do I run the example from gluten directly? Here's the gluten. I'm going to check out the master branch, just so that we know that we are on the master. And yeah. So how do I run the example? Gluten examples. Source lib. How do I run the example on Android, by the way? Over here. Can I use Cargo APK to do this? README. Platform specific note. Be sure to handle Android's lifecycle correctly when using a WinIt window, and by only creating GL surface after WinIt raises event resumed and destroyed again after this. Compile and run Cargo APK, install Cargo APK, and then Cargo APK run gluten example. Oh, Cargo APK can do the example directly. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Why am I compiling it? It was already working. What? I don't understand. Okay. Cargo APK run. Platform 30 is not installed. Can I change it to platform 33? Can this be the case because I'm using package metadata void? Thirty-three. Right. Okay, I see the triangle. Android window removed. So this means that it works. Okay, it does work. But then we panic. All right, we panicked. Previous is none. Okay. The NDK context. librs has panicked. Okay. Recently learned about Vim macros. Yeah, the Vim macros is the answer to the absence of the multi-cursor, I guess. You are convinced that you will use H as your macro name every time? Why not? Why H? I use Q as my macro name all the time. I do QQ to record the macro. You want to execute it? Like you're laughing? It has some reference to what to use with that. With relation to NDKs. Oh, we're using the native activity stuff. I see that, but this is already working. It's already set. And then we need to read me on the Android section. Yeah, it says about the Android activity and the features. So I'm using the native activity for myself too, not the game activity. Let me see. I mean, the example is supposed to work, but it panics. Let me see. Did I miss something from here? It says on the Android, it builds on the NDK crate. We need to use Android activity as a glue crate. This must match the version of the glue crate that your application depends on. Must match the version that WinIt depends on. But that probably is the case for the examples, right? We can test this. So we're using the Android activity specifically, right? I want to open this with code, by the way. And code, something like that is what I want. Examples, let me see. How does the Android even work for the examples? I'm running the Android example specifically. So we have Android main, we have this. And we create the event loop builder and gluten examples main with the event loop. All right. I could open the issue with the Rust trace on the gluten repo. Or maybe I fix it and submit a pull request instead of the issue, right? All right, so we want to do cargo apk run example Android. Cargo is not found though. Is the Rust analyzer working? Rust analyzer is working though. Hold on, this is weird. It's creating a new stuff. Apk run package Android package gluten examples example Android. Bit of an issue. Since the aggression is in the NDK crate. Yeah, maybe I patched the NDK crate then. Let me just see. Okay, so Android window removed. This is when we get the suspend event. Then I go back and then we crash. All right, let's see what the crash is. We are in the indicate. It says initialize Android context. Initializes the Android context. So this function must be called exactly once before main is called. So that's exactly why it is panicking. So I think the problem is in the gluten, because someone is using this, right? How do I see this stack trace when I'm running on Android, by the way? I have no idea. Rust backtrace is not one. Alright, let me see. Initialize Android context. It's probably in the winit then. Or in Android activity. But what happens is, we probably do get the... Let me remind what is in here. So Android window removed over here. This is what we have seen. This is the suspended event. Android window removed. When we're doing the resume, we're supposed to see the Android window available, and we do not see that. So we don't even get here, right? Which means that the stack trace is in the other thing. I think we need to enable the stack trace here to see who exactly is calling this, right? Someone in winit is calling this function when we are not supposed to call this. Is the easiest way to set the environment is just to change this example to do std env set var rust backtrace to be 1, and then we run. Hold on, Android window remove, Android window available. Look at this. Removed, and now we... Okay, stack trace is not there. Still, stack backtrace is literally empty. Okay, Rust backtrace is full. Maybe it's going to help me more. Window removed. Okay, there you go. What is this stack trace? Unknown, 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 unknown. Anyone know what uses of current dir from SD and are platform specific? No, I don't know that. So who is calling that function? Why don't I see the stack trace? What is wrong? Can I not see the stack trace when debugging Android? Initialize Android context. This is NDK context. Maybe it's already reported. Let's see, just in case. NDK context. Issues. Oh, it's not here. This function is being called when it should not be. Literally, the documentation of this function says that it must be called exactly once before main is called. So that is why we are failing the assertion, right? It does make sense. But who's calling this function? Who's calling this function? Probably the Android activity creator, if I was to guess. Over here. Native activity. Initialize Android context. This is where it's being called. Native activity on create, right? So here's what's happening. This function recreates our activity But we are not supposed to initialize the context again. So what? We are, okay, Android activity, issues. Is this why I don't see the backtrace? Because this is being called from JVM. Some stuff is going on here. Initialize Android context. Once before main is called. What is main though? We don't even have main. The Android main, that's what you're talking about? Release. If we would call the release Android context, then this would be none, and this would not fail. See issue number 58 on Android activity. Okay, issue 58. I thought I searched the issues and I didn't see 58. Crashes on relaunch. One of my apps is relaunched. Yes. As I'm digging around, it looks like the line of code is called, yes. I already found that. That is because neither NDK Glue nor Android activity supports multiple activities. The design of NDK context just doesn't work for that. But I'm not trying to create multiple activities at the same time. I think the problem is that we're not releasing the context. Currently, Android activity calls release Android context after your native Android main function returns, which should normally mean that restarting that activity in the same process would be okay if the first one exited cleanly. By the way, why hold on. Am I not? Well, I'm not really launching the app, right? I wanted to get the suspended and then the resumed event. How do I do that? There's a lot of stuff here. Crashes on relaunch. Currently, Android activity calls release Android context after your native Android main function returns, which should usually mean that restarting would be okay if the first one exited cleanly. So the problem is that we did not exit cleanly, right? Because hold on. We did not exit cleanly? Is that what happened? I don't understand. Just trying to think of your app. Might not be cleanly exiting from Android main and therefore not cleaning the context pointers. Does your app maybe override panic handling and then exit with a panic? But we did not panic, right? That's one possible way. So what is the other possible way of us not exiting cleanly? It's because I mean we're not exiting at all, right? Are we? I think when I think the way this works is so here we go. We do event loop run, right? This says that it returns never. But does it actually never return? It does never return, right? Which means that we're not exiting cleanly. Hmm. So can we just call the function when event loop is clearing up? We can have something that is captured in the closure, and on drop we release the Android activity or something. No, the Android context. I see there's two separate issues. Middleware libraries, e.g. IGUI or Winit, or some random create for permissions or file open dialog, etc. should stop using indicate context and should instead provide a way to be explicitly initialized on Android with a VM pointer and activity pointer. When I suspend a resume, yeah, I'm still in a loop, so it doesn't matter. So that's not the issue that we're hitting then. We're not relaunching. Am I relaunching? I'm not relaunching, right? I'm suspending and then resuming. Because we see, we do receive the suspend event. Sure. Because we see this message. But then when I go back into the app, it is instead of it being resumed, it's trying to initialize context again. So the activity should not be recreated when we resume, right? I'm not really sure how Android works, but I would assume that we do not need to recreate it. Okay. So by suspend means that I do this. This is the suspended, and then I go back. Okay, actually this works. All right. So I hold on. So it doesn't work when I click on the icon again, because there's two ways that I can go back into the application. Right? Let me show you. There are two ways that I can go into the application. So here we have the application, right? And we have the logs in the bottom. So if I do this, right, then we see Android window removed, and then I go back into this, we have Android window available, so we get resumed, right? But if I try to go back by clicking the icon, this is considered a relaunch, and then we crash. I thought it would be the same, and it would not relaunch if we are if the app is like already in memory of Android, but it is handled differently, I guess. Android intent. Can I have something in the manifest that it should not relaunch, but instead resume when I click on it? So this depends on the implementation of the native activity, right? Native activity relaunch. Hold on. There is on resume, called on restore instance state, on restart, or on pause. This is usually a hint for your activity to start interacting with the user, which is a good indicator that the activity became active and ready to receive input. This something could also be a transit state toward another resting state. For instance, an activity may be relaunched on pause due to configuration changes. What is this? I don't understand. On low memory. Hold on. Speaking about low memory, we have 400 megabytes available on our disk. Let me take care of that. Let me see. What are we actually using here? So most of the thing is in my home, the projects, the local share Steam. Steam, we have just one game. I mean, a couple games here. But over here, we have a lot of Rust artifacts. Look at how much disk space Rust is using. 88 gigabytes just to compile some Rust. Okay. I think I can just clear those. There you go. We're back to 60 gigs. Easy. Alright. So is this impossible for us to fix this issue right now? Can I not change it so that it is doing the resume instead of a relaunch when I click the icon? Are you just trying to open, then close, and then reopen one application based on a single activity using Android activity? That's certainly supposed to work. Okay, this is supposed to work. You have no idea about Android. Your LLVM build consumes 100 gigabytes for... Wait, you mean you build the LLVM yourself from scratch? Do you contribute to them too? I should just like so I have 2 terabytes of disk space, but it has Windows installed on it right now. So I want to move my Windows installation to a different disk, which means reinstalling Windows, and then I will be moving this installation to the one where I have a lot of disk space. But also, so the problem is the NixOS, which is using a lot of disk space, and then the Rust is also using a lot of disk space. And when they are both combined, I have 256 gigs. And this is not enough. Okay. Let me maybe read this through. Okay, so I think the reason is literally when we do the run return, I mean, we don't do the run return. We do the regular run. Right? What if I do this? Hold on. Android examples main event loop run. I literally saw this was different. What if I do loop? Did I not see this in code before? Loop event loop run return. Right? Is this this is similar to the regular run function that we are doing, right? Maybe I should take a look at the regular run. Self run return callback. Yeah, so over here, as you can see, if you have an exit code and you do std process exit, you are not exiting cleanly from the Android main. You just exit the process. Right? This function never returns. I want instead to actually return cleanly from the thing, no? If I do run return here, I actually just do it once, right? I do run return instead of doing just run. Let's see. Android window available. Removed. Panicked. Okay. So I think what happens if we actually return on the suspension? So over here, when we do the suspension, right, we do receive this event. How about we just exit? What is going to happen then? I'm just wondering. Control flow, set, exit. What is going to happen? Oh, call. Oh, wait. Call to OpenGL ES API with no current context. Wait, hold on. Our application is still in memory, so our OpenGL context is still in memory. We should not return. We should not clean up. We should actually like continue on the resuming. This is not correct. For me, app is relaunched when changing how it is shown, e.g. changing to freeform window or split screen mode. Only a handful of apps making use of this, so we might still stand a chance to back out of NDK context and propose this explicitly pass your Android app object API. I briefly started looking at adding APIs to Android activity to expose the JVM pointer and activity object pointer, and hopefully I can get around to finishing that soonish. We're not even supposed to exit, though. I'm not sure what they are talking about here. This is supposed to work. Wait. No. Not wait. I was thinking it's my issue because I'm doing the global static, but we're literally doing the example from the gluten. The issue at the moment with NDK context is only really with context activity pointer, so it could still be reasonable to continue sharing the Java pointer via a standard crate like NDK context. It would cover the needs of code. I'm lost, I think. Like, where did they do they start? They're doing something else because they are saying that this is supposed to work, and then they talk about something completely different that is not working. The relaunching of multiple activities. Open, close, and then reopen one application. I mean, hold on. Close, close and then reopen. So if I open the application, right? Then I close it and then I reopen. Then it works. The problem is that I'm not even closing the application completely, right? I'm supposed to resume it instead of a relaunch. Android Studio. Maybe that's what we should do. We should go into Android Studio and do a Java test so that we can debug stuff easier. You know? Android manifest. Main activity. Game activity. No. Okay, hold on. New project based on the native C++. All right, let's do this. Native activity. Finish. Hello? Is this the one? This is the amp compat activity, not the native activity. Is there a native activity specifically? Because that's what we're using. Anyway, whatever. We have app compat. Hold on. What if I just change this into native activity, right? If I extend the native activity, then we should be good. I want to understand how this works. Override. So let's see. We have on resume, right? We have override on start. We have on create, right? There is a saved instance state bundle. And maybe to. So we have saved instance state. I think we are going here when we are doing the resume. I think, let me see. Let's try launching on Google Pixel. All right. Hello, I'm connected. Okay, so over here I'm creating it the first time. Then we continue. I disconnected. Wait, why did I disconnect already? My application keeps stopping. Because we do nothing? Hold on. My application. C++, native lib. It's not having the Android main. Hold on. Why is my application stopping? Can I prevent it from stopping? Okay, I'm waiting for the debugger right now. The debugger is connected. We go. And the application is closed. Why is it closed? Oh, because we crashed. Fatal exception main. Hold on. What did I do? Is it because I did the main activity, the native activity, instead of the app compat? Unable to find the native library main class loader. Java detected. Yeah. I'm not sure which one is worse, the unsafe or Java. Unsafe Rust or Java. Which one is worse? What do you think? We have an illegal argument exception. Java. Yeah. Actual scene. Hold on. New project. Empty activity. Yeah, let's do this. Empty activity. So that we don't have anything to do with C++. You know, I don't want to do C++ and Java at the same time. That is too much. Let's just do this. And why is this Kotlin? No, I don't want Kotlin. I want Java. I want... Wait, can I not even specify that I do Java? Alright, fine, let's do Kotlin. Okay, is Kotlin better than Java? What do you think? You just rename the file and write Java? Yeah, whatever. Kotlin is slightly better than Java? I don't know, when I tried to do Kotlin last time, I actually liked it less than Java, because it is still Java, but then it like hides some stuff. But under the hood, it is still Java. I did not have a good experience with Kotlin. I think if Kotlin is used on the Kotlin only code base, then maybe it is okay. I was trying to do it with a like on an existing Java code base to like try make it better, because Kotlin is supposed to be a better language, and it was not a good experience. But maybe if you start with Kotlin from scratch, it is better. And everything that you use is Kotlin. But then it's like the entire reason of the existence of Kotlin is that you can upgrade from Java, right? Hold on, let's you know what? Let's do an emulator so that it's easier to see. System image must be selected. Where is the system image? I am selecting you, system image. What do I need to do? Download? Okay, let's get rid of some disk space. I thought I had something downloaded already. Whatever. Let's just run on this thing. Android Studio performance could be improved. Increasing the maximum heap size from 1 GB to 2 GB could make the IDE perform better, based on the available memory and your project size. My project size is literally empty. Why do you need 2 GB? Okay, there you go. We have a hello Android. On create. Let's make a breakpoint here. So if I do the same stuff on my phone, I'm going to just swipe up so that we like suspend. If I resume, then on create is not being called. But if I click on the actual icon, it is still not being called. So we're not recreating the activity actually. Actually not recreating the activity. But what are we doing? What are we doing? Override methods. Let's see. So what is how do I know what is happening? On create, on resume, on restart, on start, on post resume, on pause, on stop, on destroy. Let's do all of those and let's see what's happening. Okay, the debugger is connected. We did the creation. Okay, and then we started it, and then we resuming it, and then we post resuming, and then we pause it, and then we stop it, and then we restart, and then we start, and then we resume, and then we post resume. Wait, hold on. I just launched it now. Wait, is this how Android applications are working? They're literally starting twice? Why did this happen? All right. So now I swipe up, and we have pause, and then we stop, and then I click on it again, and we have a restart, and we have a start, and we have a resume, and we have a post resume. All right. Let's see what's different if I swipe up and then I go back. Pause and stop, and then I go back this way. And this is just restart, start, resume, post resume. Pause, stop, restart, start, resume, post resume. Wait, it is working the same way. So why is it not working the same way for my Rust project then? Or is something else happening? So like the order of these methods is exactly the same for this activity. This is component activity. Can I see the source code of the native activity? Native activity source. Java native activity Java. Let's see. Here's the source code. Ooh. What am I supposed to look at here? When we do native, what does this mean in Java? I could try printing from the same methods in Rust. But in Rust, I'm not doing this. So like the way it works on Android, we're using the native activity, right? So this is the Java class that we use to run our Rust code. And what this does is it loading the dynamic library that we build from our Rust project, and it's calling the so like Android main, for example, Android main. Why don't I see the Android main here? How are they calling our Rust code? I'm not exactly sure because I don't have the same methods in Rust. These methods are only existing in Java world, and then the Java is calling into our native stuff using the Java native function calls, right? This is what it means, the native. What does this mean exactly? Who is good with Java? I never did native with Java. What does this mean? Native, unload native code, start native. What does this mean, native? Does it mean that it is implemented in the Android itself? Or is there some C++ code that I need to read? There's so little stuff here. On start native. What does it mean? Convenience for implementing an activity that will be implemented purely in native code. That is a game or a game-like thing. There is no need to derive from this class. You can simply declare it in your manifest and use the NDK APIs from there. So this is the NDK. This is where this is implemented. Right? Load native code. Function name. Native activity on create. This is somewhere in C++. Native activity source C++. Wait, hold on. What is this? Native activity without Java or Kotlin. Android app native activity. Yeah, there is no Java or Kotlin here because you are specifying this native. But yeah, but I want to see the implementation of that. Not sure what I'm supposed to be looking for. NDK source. Is there a source code of the NDK available? If you look at Rust Android activity, they simply set up pointers to those methods. Oh, okay. Maybe I should look into that. So the Android activity create is what you're saying, right? Repository. Let me subscribe to that. I was trying to like understand how one would create such a library. Like, how do they know that this is what they should be doing, right? But okay, let's see, Anyway, we are doing the NDK, right? Oh, hold on. I know. So what is happening is that we do pause and then we do stop, as we have seen in Java, and then we do on start and then we resume. So even although we resume, we still need to start. That's it, right? On start. Try with waitable activity ref. Set activity state. Waitable activity. Wait, what? Try with waitable activity ref. So this is the NDKsys native activity. Closure. Ah, shit. I should probably clone it so it's easier. The glue. On start. On start. On start. Set activity state. Start. Oh, G++ failed to run. That's nice. Whatever. That activity state. Hold on. What is our problem? Our problem is that previous is none on the NDK context. Create Android context. NDK context. Initialize Android context on the native activity. Let's see. This is done. And native activity on create. This is the native entry point for our cdlib library that a native activity will look for. So yeah, as we have seen, the create... Wait, the create did not get called in Java when I relaunched the thing, right? I could try adding logs here, by the way. There's already some logs here. Maybe I just enable the trace logs to see if we are creating. Let's just enable the logs, you know? How about we do this? How do I change the log level though? That is a question. If we are in the Android example, have we seen any logs? We did not. We only saw the std error. We need to initialize the logger here to see the logs. And no, not features. Dependencies, build dependencies, and logger star, whatever. Okay. Can I do here? And logger. Hello? No, you don't work? And logger init, but I want to init it so that it is with trace already. And log builder. Why don't I have the auto completion? I don't understand. And logger is not undeclared. Wait, did I do the dependency incorrectly? I did do the end logger. Oh, it's the build dependency. I need the dev dependencies, right? Dev dependencies. There you go. Log has global function to set that. Yeah, env logger is calling that function from log. So I want to do builder. Builder. Hello? Builder did autocomplete. Do I not have any methods on the builder? I do have methods on builder. I want to do filter level. This method takes one argument. Yeah. So why is my Rust analyzer not doesn't want to autocomplete this for me? This is stupid. Filter level. Filter level. Level filter from log. Log level filter. Level filter. Trace. And then we init. Let's go. Okay, so as you can see, we see all the logs now, because you likely don't target Android. But I have the def dependencies for all the targets, and nvlogger is working not only on Android, though. Or is this example... I mean, I had the other autocompletion, right? And nvlogger is not only working on the Android. So I could autocomplete the builder, but I could not do anything after that for some reason. That's weird. Okay, anyway. So we have all of the trace logs now. If I do this, let's see. So something happened. And then when I do that... Oh, that's the incorrect one. Android. And then we panic. Alright, so now that we have panicked, let's see the logs. Yeah, see, we are creating. We are creating. The file is Android only? CFG Android platform. Oh, okay. Why did it autocomplete the builder then? Should it not autocomplete anything in that case? Alright, so as you can see, we're doing the creating on the native activity glue. So this function is being called, but if we look at the Java on create, and if I debug that again, on create is only called once. So this is different because of the native activity. So over here, I have done it once, I continue, then I close the app, and then I click on the icon. And then it's not creating. But the start is the thing that is being called. The start is being called, not create. But on the native activity is also doing the creation, not only the start. This is weird. So Java and native code work differently. So that's because of the NDK and how... That's why I was going to look at the native activity sources. This is weird. So why are we creating it? Because I thought that we were like loading the existing memory from our because we're resuming the application, right? Maybe I should look at the difference in the Android manifest. Something is different there. Manifest. Let's see. Allow backup true. Data extraction. Full backup content. Label. Theme. Target API. Exported. Theme. I don't see anything here. There's some intent filters. So this is what this one looks like. And if we take a look over here, code target a arch debug build. No, hold on. Where is the APK? Target debug APK. Yeah. Examples. Android manifest. So here's our Android manifest. Here's our Android manifest for the Rust. As you can see, we're doing the main activity, the native activity. We do have the intent filters, which are exactly the same as here. So the difference is in the class and the native activity is still calling the native activity create, I'm guessing. native activity source. We were just looking at it. On create. So this is weird because this function, as we can see, is only called over here. Saved. Oh, okay. Hold on. We have the saved instance state. This is our instance state. Func name. We'll load native code. You think SDK is also different? Yeah, but it should be the same. I mean, it shouldn't matter. Do you think it's okay? Target SDK is 33, right? This is just the newer SDK version. Do you think that matters? We can try over here to go into settings. Project structure. SDK variables. Compile SDK version. Target API. Where do I change it? Settings? Oh, this is settings of the entire thing. I think project structure. Or rather even... Is it the Gradle script, Gradle properties? Gradle wrapper, local, build Gradle, minimum SDK, target SDK. Wait, target SDK 33, look at this. In my manifest, target API. Wait, I don't even have target API. I think this is the not the final SDK. I'm not sure how this stuff is working. Is it possible that I can figure it out? At all? So, native handle. Load native code. Native handle. Load native code. Load native code. Load native code. This is a native stuff. Load native code. I want to see this. This is like implemented in C++ or somewhere. What is the implementation of that? Void ndk source. Git clone. I can clone it. Can I not just look through it? Fine, let's clone it. Why not? It's not that big. All right, ndk. Let's see. This is the ndk, right? And we want to find this, right? The load native code. Is it even here? Load native code. It's not here. NDK. Why is it Python? Why is it all Python? Isn't it supposed to be native? Or Java? Hold on. Main activity extends activity. Get hello string. Yeah, this is how this works in Java, right? You just have this implemented in native code. When you do private native like method, then you just need to have this stuff somewhere. So I'm wondering where this is defined. This is samples, sources, Android, native app glue. A native activity. So where is the a native activity? I'm not sure about that. A native activity. Where is this defined? I thought this is the sources. I think this is defined somewhere else. The native activity is before the NDK. So we need to see the source of the Android itself. Android 4 GNI Android. Look at this, native activity C++. I found it. I found it. So, and then this is the Java. This is Java and this is C++ of the native activity. So now I can understand everything that's happening on the Android by just reading the source code, right? It's going to be simple. So yeah, load native code is somewhere here. Load native code. This is load native code native. This is what's happening. So we're opening the native library. This is our, so basically we compile our Rust code into a C dynamic library. So this is where we're opening it. And then I'm loading the function pointer. So the function pointer that we're loading is exactly the native activity on create, right? Right. And then we're just calling it. Hold on. I close this. Close that. Glue. This function is being called always, right? The saved state. The saved state is here, right? Saved state is here. How are we handling the saved state? What is the saved state anyway? What is the saved state? Is this something that we specify when we stop? So when we stop, we can give the activity some a random object. Is that true? When we stop, saved instant state. I want to know what is this. Android saved instance state. What does that mean? Save UI state. I mean, not UI state. I want to understand what is the saved instance state. How can I save an activity state using save instance state? It's a little unclear how to save application state. So given this minor retooling of the hello world example, like for example, is our OpenGL context part of this state that we're saving or what? You need to override on save instance state and write the application state values you want to change to the bundle parameter like this. The bundle is essentially a way of storing name value pair map and will get passed on create and also on restore instance state, where you would then extract the values from activities like this. Bim, 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 bim. Wait, hold on. I'm still confused. Wait, hold on. Did I figure this out? Why are we calling on create again? Because this function is not called on create. We call on start. On start native. We start and then we continue, right? So I should not be actually calling this one. On start native is what should be called. So the weird thing is that we have seen this creating in the logs, right? Which is something that I should not be seeing, right? Creating. This is, so we are getting here, which means that this function is being called the native activity on create, but native activity on create is not supposed to be called according to this code, right? Because this only happens once. Why can I not recreate this in Java? Because this function is never called for me twice. Weird. No target device found. So native activity is same as any other activity. They are just calling these functions, right? So on create, I just started the application for the first time ever, right? It's calling on create and it's calling start and it's running, right? And it's running. Then it started. Then I close it. And then I click on it again. And yeah, it's calling on start. It's not calling on create. It's calling on start and not on create. Unless this code is old, but I mean, why would it be? So on start, what we are calling is start native, right? So over here on start native, on start native, callbacks on start, on start. Try with waitable activity ref. More than one device emulator, what? How did this happen? Native activity on create is only called ever from that Java code, right? And it is not, yeah, like judging by the code, it's not supposed to be called here. I don't understand. This is not supposed to be called. Load native code. Are we unloading native code sometimes? Unload native code. On destroy. But on destroy, okay, let's see. Let's see. So we are only unloading on destroy, right? So here's my Java. Let's override on destroy. Is this ever called? Because this should never be called. Hello, Android. It is never called. What if I close the application? Then it's also not. Wait, when is this even called? This can happen either because the activity is finishing, or because the system is temporarily destroying the instance of the activity safe state. You can distinguish between two scenarios with is finishing method. This is never called for me, even if I close the application. Okay. Can I do a native activity example with C++? I want to understand it. How is it different? Native C++, right? Not game activity, native activity C++. Let's do it. I already created such projects, but okay. My application 5. Let's go. Taking a while to sync. But I want it also to depend on not on the app compat, but on the native activity, right? Because that's what we are working on in Rust. But also, I can over here say that is on create being called here. C++ native library. I mean, this is still Java though. I'm guessing this is not going to be called twice. Why is it so hard? Launching. Okay, the app is launched. Let's see. On create is called. And we are running. Hello from C++. Now I close the app and I click on it again. It's not calling it, but on start is going to be called. Oh wait, on start is not even here. It's a different activity. Okay, hold on. If I do native activity here, right? And we're going to crash. And now I understand why we crash at least here. That's because the function that native activity is trying to load, which is this, right? The a native activity on create. This is not defined in C++ right now for us. I want an example of C++ native activity. Can I have it open? Open. Can I open a project? We have clone the NDK examples. NDK samples. NDK GDB sample, right? Can I open this? This is a sample project for testing the NDK GDB works. To use, run the following. It's not the native activity. I want a native activity example. C++ native activity example, just so that like I confirm native activity. Can I just clone it somewhere and see it? A project. Why is it so hard? I thought there was a preset in Android Studio. It does that. There's a game activity preset. Wait, hold on. Game activity is not bad, actually. I think game activity is something that is working like the native activity, from what I have seen. What is this? Multiple compilation errors, exception, startup failed. This is what we want. Android main, yes. Includes game activity H. No. That's not going to work. This is completely different. C++ native activity example. Give me an example, please. Somewhere that I can just clone. So I need to read through this instead of just running this. And the native activity sample resides under the ndk samples root. GitHub.com Android ndk samples. Oh, let's go here. ndk samples. Open. ndk samples. Native activity. There you go. Native activity sample. If I understand how this works in C++, I can understand how to do it in Rust. Now we need to. Every time I open a new project, this thing is downloaded 150 gigabytes of Gradle. Is it still loading? Oh, it's downloading Kotlin compiler. All right, let's download everything. Yes. We are building some stuff over here in the bottom right. I'm not sure what exactly is happening. Gradle build model. Downloading Kotlin compiler, embeddable. How long is it supposed to be taking? Are we done? Project update recommended. No. I don't want to download more stuff. Let me just see the example. All right, we have C++. Here's the C++. Engine. Engine handle input. Android main. Includes. So, okay, so the NDK. Android native app glue. So this is the glue stuff. Now Studio will become my favorite IDE. Yeah, and C++ will become my favorite language. Look, I'm doing C++ right now. Okay, so this is the glue, the native app glue. This is the same stuff as we do in Rust, right? This is from 2010. So we have Android main, which is what we do in our own Rust code, but the glue is defining stuff like the Android native activity H. Can I go here? Yeah, over here. On start. Where is this defined? I want to see the C++. Oh shit, I don't even see the implementation. What is my Rust code being based on? So this is the header of the glue. Oh, wait. Is this it? Native app glue? Include Android native app glue H. No, this is the header. Find in files. A create. On create. Let's see, inside the CMake, we are doing on create over here. We are exporting native activity on create. Refer to this issue. Wait, there's an issue. Not found. Okay, this is just some hack for some old issue to work. Where is the implementation? Okay, CMake. Let me see. Android native app glue. This is what I want from the Android NDK. Sources, Android native app glue. We have. Okay, can I go to this file? Android NDK sources. Shit. How do I go there? How do I see the source? How do I see this file? Finally, a real language. I'm trying to understand how Android works. And like in Java, my onCreate function is not called, but in Rust, onCreate is being called. So I'm trying to like understand why is the difference by seeing what how it works in C++ example. It is all very confusing. So here's my NDK. Whatever, trust them. NDK, sources, Android. Native app glue. This is it. This is what we are looking for. The native app glue, right? This is the stuff. On create. This is it. On create. Log v creating, right? Let's see. So this is in C++. On the native activity, they are calling on create. And we're supposed to see this in logs. Let's see if we're going to actually see this in logs when we launch this native activity C++ example. Right? Do I just debug this? Okay. I'm just going to debug this. Because just like in our Rust glue, this C++ glue defines like show something in the logs. Oh wait, this example doesn't work, right? Yeah, of course. Fatal exception, main. Unable to get provider, initialization provider, class not def found, exception. Perfect. I cannot even run the examples. This is the sample. This is supposed to work. What does this mean? Didn't find class Android X startup initialization provider. It's the sample. It's supposed to work. You can fix this by disabling automatic initialization for all your components and dependencies. Include the snippet in your manifest. I also added a new dependency, although that might not be actually required. Include the snippet in your manifest. Where's my manifest? Let's try copying some manifests. In my manifest. Where exactly do I put this? Provider. Do I put it here? I have no idea. What do they mean by putting this in manifest? App startup. Okay. How am I, this is the example. This is literally the example. Why is this not working? How do I run the example? Is there a readme in this? I just cloned this repository, which is the examples. Look at this. Issues. Class no def found exception. Yeah, that's what I do. Open Android Studio, import the game activity. Select any device and then this. Yes. I'm also getting this issue. This is the solution. All right, here's the solution. All right. How do I apply this patch? We do WL paste, git apply, initialization provider. Okay. Is it going to work? We have some errors here. So this is from Stack Overflow. The build is running. The build finished. Why do I still see the error here? So the error is not existing? Is that true? I can still launch the app even though they're showing me that there's an error there? Okay, this actually works. Yes. All right, nice. Nice. Okay, so the app is looking like this. This is just like the sample app that I created. I don't see any logs though. How do I see the logs? Where is the logs of this? Is this the logs? This is too many logs with the accelerometer. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to close it and then click on the icon of the application. So right now I've closed it, right? So we have saved the state. We have seen these logs in Rust already. Native window destroyed. And then I click on the icon again. Then I close it again. So what is going to happen? As you can see, we are calling this start. We have not called the onCreate of the native activity. So why is my Rust example working differently? I don't understand. Even the C++ is not calling the create, but Rust example is. Creating, this is only being called once on C++ side. Android exported true. I don't know. Is there something here? I mean, just judging by the code, it should not happen in Rust. And it does not happen in anywhere else. I don't understand. This is just the glue stuff. This is what is being called from the native activity. Directly, right? And why is the native activity different here and there? Because it's not even included. I don't understand. It's, I mean, it's the native activity that is already included in my phone, so it's the same exact class. that is supposed to work exactly the same for both C++ and Rust. There's something about the saved state here. Native activity integration called from main thread. I mean, I'm understanding more of it. Like, I understand why C++ was working like it is, because it's working exactly like it looks like in the source code, but Rust does not work exactly like in the source. It's weird. I don't understand it. Can I debug C++? So yeah, here's what happened. So this appcmd save state, this is where I close the window and then start and then resume, is what is being called just like in Java when I just continue the app, and that is how it's supposed to work. And we're not supposed to be calling the create, but we are calling the create for some reason in our Rust. Why is that? There's literally no reason. Why is this being called? Uh, yeah, why is this being called? So yeah, just like this person says, where were my issues? Issue number 58 is what we had. So on this issue, this person says that opening, then closing, and then reopening the application based on a single activity using Android activity, that is certainly supposed to work, and this does supposed to work. Let me restart this C++ example again. Let me just make sure that I see what I see. Shit, I should have cleared this first. Clear this and then look. And also, whoever is spamming with the accelerometer, this spam needs to be commented out so that I don't see the spam anymore. Right? Okay, now we don't have the spam anymore. Alright, the activity has been created. Hold on. Is this from the very beginning? So we have connected. Over here, yeah, see creating. This is the native activity creation. And this is supposed to happen only once, creating on the native activity. We create, then we start, and then we resume. That's what's happening for the first time. But then, so right now, we saved the state, we stopped, and when I go back, it starts and it resumes. But it does not recreate it. So, yeah. I do this, and I do that. You start and you resume. There is no create. In C++, it's working just like it's written. And it's supposed to work for Rust too. Let's run the Rust stuff again. The only difference is this glue, but still, the functions that are exported from the dynamic library are exactly the same. The a native activity on create. This is the thing that is being called. In C++, this function is being called only once. But in Rust, for some reason, it's being called again when I click on the icon to continue the app. But it's supposed to only resume. This is very weird. So the difference would be the Android manifest, right? Right. Let's try. You know what? How do I make sure that how can I just like replace my my Rust dynamic library with the C++ dynamic library, but everything else is the same, so that I make sure that like the Android manifest is the same. Because this manifest is not even the source, right? Is it? Maybe it is. Okay, let me try. Let me try. Android manifest. This is my Android manifest. So the only thing is the library that we are calling. Library name is native activity, right? But over here, library name is Android for the Rust project. But we need to do it native activity because that's what we're compiling for C++. Native activity. This is the only difference, right? The only difference. Let's see if this is going to work on C++. So this does not work on C++ now because we are unable to get the provider. Why does it work in Rust? Initialization provider is not there. So it's inside the application. We need to remove the provider, right? This does not work. What? Yeah, I haven't edited the provider. Wait, what? How do I add the provider? Where is it? So this works. It still like shows this error, but everything works right now. For C++. Wait, app installation failed. Device already has a newer version of this application. Do you want to uninstall the existing? Yes. It's working. It's working. Provider. Tools node remove. Namespace tools is not found. Oh, over here, tools. Android tools. This is what we're supposed to do. Right? We need to add XML namespace tools. Is this going to work? Okay. Just invalidate caches and restart. No. So we were using the XML namespace that I did not declare, apparently. Okay, so this works. This works with the Android manifest that we had in the for our Rust project. If I close it and then I open it again, it is still working, the application. Let's see the logs. And let's see what happened here. We did start and we did resume. And in between the stop and the start, there is no the recreation. Right. Why is there the recreation in the Rust side? Hold on. You know what? Let's do this. Can I go into my Android Studio and just replace? Like, I don't understand the difference. Like, if I build the dynamic library from Rust, can I just use it in my Android Studio? What do I need to change for it to work? Because we have the resource. No, not the resource. Java, no. I guess I don't see it because it's... Can I show the hidden files or something here? View mode. How do I show the hidden files? Collapse all, expand all. Let's change to Android project from drop down. Where's Android? Android. Oh, project. Android. Okay. All right. So what do I change here? Here is it. This is the source. We have C++ sources, and we have the and that's it. We don't even have Java sources here, which we should not. Yes, we should not. Generated intermediates, outputs, temporary. Over here, right? No, something different. Hold on, I just realized. I remember seeing the examples in the Android activity. There are the examples here directly. Native Android main loop. Here is the application that I should open in my Java, in my Android Studio. I should clone this, and maybe let's see if this works. Because if this works, but the gluten example doesn't work, then something in the middle gets broken, right? Let me try. To clone the Android activity. It already exists. All right, it already exists. I already cloned it. Let's open. So C++ example works correctly. Let's go into Android activity, Rust example, instead of the gluten example. Native activity main loop, even without the gluten maybe. Just native activity main loop. Echo time, hello. Rust project, this window. Terminate. Terminate. Yeah, we do cargo ndk to build the native build, and then we do the run. Gradle takes a while to load though. XOS needs to be activated, yes. Okay, can I run it? No target device found. Why is not no target device found? ADB connect. Hold on, ADB devices. Hold on, ADB, wait. Is my ADB something is wrong with it? ADB disconnect. Disconnected, ADB connect. All right, connected. Can I run now? Okay, it didn't work. It didn't work because fatal exception, unable to find native library. Okay, so the native library cannot be found because I didn't compile it, right? I didn't compile the Rust code. We're supposed to do cargo ndk. We are supposed to do cargo ndk. Here. Let's see. How do I do cargo ndk here? Cargo is not even present here. I need to do nix develop that I can have my cargo. Cargo ndk is not installed though, right? Oh wait, it is installed. All right. So I just need to run this. That's what they're saying for the Gradle build. We are building. This is just us building the native binary. This is not dependent on gluten or winit, just on the Android activity crate. Okay. So now that I did this, I can debug. Right? Okay. See the log. All right. As you can see, we are running. Let me try closing the app. Let's see what happens. Oh, it doesn't handle the events. Oh wait, save state. Main event, save state. State saver. All right. Let me reopen it. I didn't reopen that one. Oh my god. There is so many like little applications. I'm not sure which one should I reopen here. How do I do it? Hold on, let me clear the logs. Am I doing Rust on Android? Yes. It already works. I'm just trying to make it work so that I can pause the app and then continue it. That's the only thing that I'm trying to solve for 4 hours already. It is hard. That's the only thing that it doesn't work. Okay, so here we close. Then I resumed and start. So look at this. Start, resume. Okay. Then I do this. Start, resume. No create. All right. As you can see, this code did not panic. This code did not panic. So something is wrong in between when we go to gluten examples. But this is not using the NDK context, obviously. But the main thing is that this is dependent on the same like glue, and the creation is not called here. All right, how about let me go into my project or into the example of gluten over here, right? Let me just do this. Let's see, app, source, main JNI libs. So this is our main loop SO. This is what we have compiled for this example that is included in the Android activity crate. But what if I go to projects, gluten? Over here we have in our target. This is the Arch Linux Android though. Can it be because of the different architecture? I don't think so, right? By the way, why is the architecture different? For over here we're doing Arch 6.4, and over here this example does ARM 6.4 v8. Oh, hold on. Yes, why? Why is the architecture different? I'm using the Cargo APK, and over here they're saying that for the Cargo APK we're doing the Arch, but for the Gradle build we use the Cargo NDK instead of Cargo APK, and we build for the ARM 6.4. Try their gluten example. Yeah, let's try their gluten example. Okay. Open recent. No, open. So instead of just main loop, we need gluten, right? Rust. This window. It's supposed to be exactly the same. Project. Source lib. Okay, yeah, they do resume, they do suspend, right? Like it's supposed to be all working here. Let's see if it actually works. This is not from master though, right? This example does not use the gluten and win it from master. So maybe something got broken there. Although, I mean, the panicking is from... And like the thing that I don't understand is inside this crate specifically. Like why is our like native activity creation being called? That's what I don't understand right now. But let's see if this example just works. So it's not going to work right now. Now target device found. What is happening? What is happening? ADB devices. ADB connect. Why is it being disconnected all the time? So right now it's not going to run because we didn't compile it yet. Hello, Gololo. Okay. This doesn't run because the native library didn't work. And we need gluten didn't find it. That is expected to happen. So we're supposed to go here. Let's do this, and then we'll do cargo ndk. Do exactly the same, right? So now we are compiling the gluten, the winit, and this example. And now we can debug. Okay, I see a triangle. This looks like exactly the same example from the gluten. Like the same exact triangle is what I see on my phone. Okay, let's see the logs. Here's the logs. There's a lot of logs here. Let's see. I just closed it. Why can I not see the bottom of it? I want to see the bottom always. Okay. So we suspended, right? We suspended, and then I resume. So start is being called as expected. Then I close it again. Then I click on the actual icon, and it still is working. Okay, this example is working. All right. Something is wrong on the somewhere. Something is wrong somewhere. Let's try changing the cargo toml, I guess, to... So they were using... yeah. We're using the master of winit right now, but gluten is... Let me just make sure that the gluten is the same, right? Maybe the way cargo APK builds break. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Maybe cargo APK is the issue. So how do we see that? So over here we have README, right? And we have two options here. One is the Gradle, which is what we just tested, and it works. But then cargo APK, this is what I used for ourselves, and yeah, cargo APK run is what we want. So we just do literally cargo APK run. Cargo APK run does not work. So this example README is incorrect because we are in a virtual workspace here. We can just add workspace like that to make it work. Okay, this is already weird because the README does not work for cargo APK. Warning. Okay, and platform 30 is not installed. Maybe the platform is different, by the way. That is another option. Because I only have platform 33. That is the other difference. I can try installing the 30, just so that it's exactly the same. But let's try first with the 33. 33. So that's one of the things that I was doing, right? For my gluten examples. And for the cargo APK, target SDK version, I'm changing it to 33. Maybe this is what breaks it. Maybe something was changed in the like from 30 to 33. That would make sense. No, 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 not debug, not debug. Stop, stop, stop. Cargo APK run. Okay, so there you go. This is working. I suspend successfully. I go back successfully. I suspend. I click the icon. Oh yeah, yeah. It is cargo APK. It is cargo APK. Look. But I mean, it's either cargo APK or the 33 platform. One of those. Let's try changing cargo APK to use the platform 30 again. Is that what we're using on like when I'm using Gradle? What is my target platform? Where can I see it? App, build, source, Android manifest. Let's see. It's not even included in the Android manifest here of this example, right? Let's try doing the not cargo APK but on platform 33. And I do that by doing what? This is the Android manifest. Uses SDK, target SDK version 33. Is this the thing that is breaking, or is it not? Let's see. It is still working. It is still working. So one of the differences that I see is the architecture, right? Because I see that when we're using Cargo APK, we're building Rust for target AArch 6.4 Linux Android. But when we're using the Cargo NDK, we are building for... Oh wait, the target is still the same. It's just called differently for the Cargo NDK, I think. Right? Yeah, and it is still being changed for the Cargo APK into ARM 6.4 v8. So this is what is inside our Cargo APK. I read a little bit about this. Yeah. Yeah. It is exactly the same. Alright. It's just differently named for here for some reason. Okay. So what? The only difference is wait, there's literally no difference. Okay. Hold on. So we see this .so file. This one has been compiled using Cargo APK. And this one has been compiled using Cargo NDK. Let's try replacing. Let's try deleting this file. Delete this file. And copy that file. And then run. Is it going to be broken now? So I can see the logs in the logcat here. It is actually not broken. It is actually still working. So the way is the APK itself is being created is different, right? The manifest, is the manifest different? Let's copy this manifest into here. And then debug. It is working still. What is the difference? I don't understand. Is the difference how I'm launching the application? How am I connecting the debugger? Even the binary itself is the same. So it's the difference between Gradle and Cargo APK. So however we are constructing the APK itself, right? Can I wait, hold on. Where's the APK that I have built? Generated out outputs intermediates. Wait, where's my APK that I create using Gradle? Where would that be? Dot Gradle? Like when I build, what has been built? Where's my artifacts for Gradle? Gradle, where are build artifacts? How to get the complete list of artifacts? I don't understand. Maybe the way Android Studio launches. Maybe that. Yes, maybe that. So I maybe if I try to doing the same that Cargo APK. Cargo APK is using the ADB. So like I do ADB install and then ADB run or something. I'm just not sure where's my APK right now. For the Gradle. Gradle. Build Gradle. Plugins. Build dir. What is the build dir? What is the build directory? I'm guessing it's somewhere over here in the build, right? Generated, source, res, debug main. What is that? Oh, by the way, target SDK over here, look, 31. 31. Let's change this to 33. Compile SDK, 33. Maybe I didn't do that correctly. Attach debugger. Wait, why can I not run anymore? Debug app. Why can I not debug app? I could do it before. What is happening? Why can I not run anymore? Gradle files changed. Project sync might be necessary. Sync now. Alright, now I can run. Let's see. Does this break it? When I change the target SDK? It does not break it. I want to know the difference. I'm so close. We have the Rust project that is working and not working at the same time. I would like to not work with Android Studio, you know? So Cargo APK would be nicer. The difference is only Cargo APK. I read the source of the Cargo APK. Cargo APK is like, we can do it from command line if we wanted to. But what is doing Gradle? Gradle is something that I don't know what it does. Like, how do I build this, the same stuff that, like, where's my APK? So yeah, I want to eliminate the Android Studio first, which is building the Gradle projects from command line. And where is my APK? Gradle. Where is Android Studio building my APK? Build. Oh, we're not even building the APK. Hold on. Build bundles. Build APK. APK is generated. Okay, where is it generated though? Build. Where is it generated? Hello? Locate or analyze the APK. Locate. Build intermediates APK. Okay. Builds intermediate APK. There it is. All right. Debug. That's where it is. Okay. So here's my APK. Let's try doing the command line now. So I'm going to go into temp Android activity examples NA winit routine, right? Build, no, app, build outputs APK debug. No, app builds intermediates APK debug. So here we are in this folder. Here's my APK, right? Wait, can I not Okay, adb install app debug APK. More than one device. How are we having more than one device? Again, what is this and how is this appearing in my ADB device list? So let's install this. So this is how are we performing the streamed install of the APK on my phone, right? Let me just make sure that there's so many like little test applications on my phone now. Let me uninstall all of them. Just so that I make sure that I'm running the one that I want to. Okay, there's no more. Let's install. Okay, there it is. I see it. ADB. So how do I connect the debugger? Just so that we see the logs. Can I do shell? ADB debug APK. How can I debug Android application using ADB? ADB shell AM start. Let's see, ADB shell AM start. User 10. Android X main package app. So what is my org package app main activity? This is in our application ID, this one, right? This one. And the native activity is what we are going to run. So what is the path to the native activity? Just Android app native activity, right? So I just do over here Android app native activity. More than one. Ow! ADB disconnect. I'm not sure how does this activity class Android native activity does not exist. Wait, packages Rust. No. Wait, how do I run this? I don't understand. I have my APK. I know how Cargo APK is running. I mean, I don't remember exactly. We can take a look at Cargo APK sources. Cargo APK. Let's see. ADB shell. They are doing the same stuff. ADB shell. Rust example hello world. Yeah, so like this is the Android test sh. Yeah. So we just install the ADB, right? And then we do shell start. Where do I get this part from? Rust example hello world. But for us, what is it for us? Com Android application? Is that it? But isn't this the application ID? Wait, I can analyze. Build. We can build APK and we can analyze it. Here's our Android manifest. Yes, this is it, right? This is installed on my phone already. Android app native activity. Activity class does not exist. This is wrong. Hold on. Wait, hold on. This actually works. This launches this. And then we do dash D for debug, probably. No, this is waiting for debugger. This is waiting for the debugger. How do I connect the debugger now? I want to see the logs. That's it. The application is running. ADB log cat. Wait, hold on. I close. Fine. Let's just start this. So basically, I can start it like myself actually, but this is how we started without me touching the phone. And then we do ADB log cat. I'm just going to see all the logs. Yeah, see, this is the logs from Winit. Okay, so we actually see the logs here. All right, let me do the same stuff as I did. Okay, and then then I go back. This works, and then I do this. And did we panic? Wait, did we panic? I don't understand. Why can I change the width of this? I don't think we panicked. Did we? I think we did. I'm seeing too much logs. I guess we can filter the logs, right? By doing E. This is the, yeah. And win it. Okay, let me see. So I just closed this application, then I'm starting it again. No. Whatever. Let me just see all the logs. The application is running. Pausing. It's working. All right. Okay. It is working. It is not panicking. All right. Now we do the same stuff, but so the difference is the creation of the APK now, right? So the way we create the APK using cargo APK is in a different location. I do instead adb install. Hold on. So over here we do adb install target debug apk na gluten. We need gluten apk, right? So this is a different one. This is the one that is creating using hold on, let me uninstall the previous one just so that I make sure. And I install it again. And then I do adb shell start. Oh, and this now does not exist. I think the different. I think the when we try to do the same Android manifest, we change the manifest, but we should change the Gradle or something. But anyway, when we do cargo APK, what do? I can inspect Tools. I can inspect an APK here. I mean, technically, I don't even need that, right? Because here's our Android manifest. Rust NA Winnet gluten. Wait. Oh, yeah. So now for this one, it's that. Okay, this works. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this works. Okay. Logcat. Let's see. So now the application is running. I'm doing that. And I'm doing that. And it. Concurrent element exception in Java. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait, it's working. The same APK is working. So the difference is just how we are launching it then. Is it? Cargo APK. Cargo APK run. Here we go. We panicked. The difference is how we run it, not how we build it. I think. Let's try again. Okay, let me do this. Remove target completely, right? So it's just we do this from scratch completely, right? Cargo APK run. Again, we are going to compile everything from scratch just to make sure. I'm going to uninstall this from my phone too. You could test with gluten example directly then. Yeah, I can test whatever. Okay, this panicked. Right? But now, what if we just do, instead of running using cargo APK, I'm just going to run using ADB directly. Or actually, hold on. Even like the installed one is still the same, right? So I just do logcat. Wait, why is the logcat not seeing anything? ADB devices. Is this because like the weird device is created, right? Also, sometime. So here's my logs. Here's my logs. I'm launching this application. We see the Winit logs. I close it. Then I open it again. And it's working still. Like the same application that I just installed is actually working. It actually is working. Hold on. So what this means? Does this mean that my game is actually has been working all this time? It's just the way we are launching it is incorrect. I can try it directly with my game then, and not even with gluten example. That would be weird. But let's try. Let's try. Projects Linksider. Cargo APK run. So we need to recompile from scratch because we cleared this target folder earlier today. And I don't have it installed. Let's see. This is very weird. Linksider. Let me show you also, because why not? Here's the phone. It's going to install it right now. Hello? We're signing right now. Yeah, now we're installing it. And it should run right now. Okay, here it is. It is running. Now we go and we do this. And we do that. I don't see anything. Oh, wait. I did not... I'm still in the busy loop, right? I should not be testing this. I think. I should be testing my example that I was creating. The gluten example, right? Gluten examples, this one? Is that what we were doing? Cargo APK run, example Android. Fine. Let's run this one. This is the triangle. So I close it, then I open it again, and we crash, right? But this app, even though it has crashed, this app, this triangle, right? If we just instead of this do adb logcat, right? Let's launch this, and we are seeing the winit logs. Then I close it, and then I open it, and it actually continues to run, as you can see. It is not panicking. This is so weird. Let's make it work with the game. In order to make it work with the game, I just need to, because I made the change in my now it's minimize. We test the other minimum example, which was from the engine. The engine over here, right? Because I changed something here, the weight that I did not have before, right? Is what I added, so that's why the game didn't work yet. This thing. Oh wait, what is happening? Why am I lagging? Oh, I'm compiling everything. All right. Okay. Let me close everything. We don't need that. We don't need that. We have figured some stuff out. Don't need to wait for this thing to build, because we did not build it yet after we cleared everything. But we will do cargo apk run Android test. Yeah. This thing. Okay, we're building. I can stop the Rust analyzer and instead just build what I want. Am I still compiling? I think I might be compiling some C++ right now. is one of my dependencies or something. I'm not even compiling anymore. My OBS is using full 100%. What am I waiting for then? Who am I waiting for? Who am I waiting for? Who is you? Who is the Rust analyzer? Is it? Okay. Rust analyzer is actually built. Okay, I don't know what happened. Is it because I paused it instead of stopping it? I thought when I clicked, it actually does the stop. Alright, we're compiling now. It's just going to work, right? I believe. And then we just update this and we build the game, and the game itself is going to work. Like the only change that we needed is the waiting, right? No devices emulators found. Very nice. ADB connect. Run. I also don't understand why my wireless debugging is constantly being disconnected. Okay. It's working. Here's the phone. Here's what I'm running, right? I'm going to do oh, the app isn't responding though. Wait, this is a different this is us going back to where we were, where I'm not exiting the busy loop for some reason, even though the example works well, right? Because we are in the busy loop now again. Okay, what is the problem? So gluten example works, just not when we are doing the cargo APK. But something that I did doesn't work. Here's what we are doing. Set weight and all of that. And here's what the gluten is doing. Wait, not the gluten. Examples over here. This is what we're doing. So we're handling the resume, the suspended. The resize is something that I'm not handling. Does it matter? Probably not. Close requested. Probably doesn't matter for Android, right? We do window request redraw. Surface swap buffer. Swapping of the buffers is happening in a different place. But anyway, the first problem that we have is that we are in an infinite loop. And I'm using the same code. Because I'm depending on the gluten from Git directly. Alright, so somewhere in between here is broken now. We're back to where we started. Okay. Let me try with the gluten example. So the difference is that on the redraw events cleared, I'm actually doing the exit, right? If our context is current over here, I'm just doing control flow, set exit, but then we're also in a busy loop over here around it. So now we're going to have the loop. Okay, the triangle, I see the triangle. Yes, it is in a busy loop. Okay, so that I found it. Here's what I have been doing wrong all this time. Right? This is what I'm doing wrong. Here's how I break the example. I do a loop. And now I'm not receiving the suspended event. So does this mean that I'm doing it wrong? Am I like the run return exists on Android, right? We're compiling. But I cannot make it work this way. Does it mean that I need to rewrite the entire code? So basically, would you try pump events? Is it already there? So do I need a different branch? It's in a pull request yet, right? Not even in master. So the problem is that I'm getting the event redraw events cleared because I am doing the run return again from beginning, right? Redraw events cleared, even though the redraw has not been requested. So I'm stuck in a loop, and I'm not getting the actual events. I remember that's the whole reason we started it changing API recently. Now you remember that this is the whole reason. Is the Android the whole reason, or it's not only about the Android? I mean, I think I will eventually rewrite it to actually use the event loop run instead of run return. It's just like the way it's working right now, and I don't want to rewrite it. See issue number 2706 on Winit. Okay, you can just link it, by the way, if it's easy for you, instead of just saying that it is what it is. Rust windowing, Winit, issues 2706. Okay, we need to run return and Android does not get resumed and suspend. Okay, alright. Okay, this is what we have been debugging all this time. Alright. Nice. I have noticed that there are some inconsistencies when running an event loop using run return compared to run. I have tried creating a smallest possible reproduction. I have taken a working example and replaced run with run return, and I cannot get the messages resumed or suspended to arrive. Yep. I don't have clipboard events in my browser. Clipboard events? You don't have clipboard working? Weird. Okay, yeah, this is exactly the same. I can get the resumed event to arrive if I don't exit the loop when I get main events cleared. However, that's a bit unexpected. Yes. So the workaround is the pump events. This is a pretty long one. Let's see. Oh, there you are. Event loop 3.0 changes. And this is the pull request that we want to try, right? Replaces run with run result as our portable API available on all platforms. Replace run return with pump events and run on demand. Okay. None of the checkboxes are checked. You have native clipboard, you explicitly disable it. Okay. Why do you disable it though? Okay, so what? This is where do I get the pump rework? This one, right? Rework event loop APIs. This is the pull request that I want to test. Correct? I mean, I know how to break the example already. If the example is going to use the pump. Okay, how do we check out the pull request? GitHub PR checkout. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna apply the patch directly on my Winit tree. I can just check out the pull request though, no? That's how it is supposed to be working. With the this is the GitHub command line utility, which is something that I don't have, but gluten. Oh wait, it's a Winit. It's the Winit, right? Wait. If it's the Winit, then what we do is we just run the same stuff, but inside the cargo toml, we do patch creates IO, and we say that Winit is from Git over here. Right? And branch is run on demand and event pumping. That's what we do. That's how we check it out. Okay, so now run return is not present. And what we do instead of run return, let me document the Winit that we have, or I could see the thing pump events. Pump events. Wait, this is the method on the event loop on all the platforms? Is that right? Oh, no. It's event loop ext pump events. All right. Pump events. An event handler, target control flow, pump status. All right. Well, the API is exactly the same as the run return. It's just the return value is something different. And the trait is different. We need to use platform pump events. This, and instead of the run return, we do pump events. Do I need to see what it returns? Okay. Wait. Did I panic immediately? Entered unreached code. On the Winit. Okay, we entered unreached code on the Winit. So I guess this does not work. Does it? I do see a triangle, but then we enter the unreached code. Let's see. Exit with code is unreachable. So because I'm trying to exit, it does not work. How am I supposed to exit it though, the pump events? Is there any example of using this? Because I'm setting the control flow to exit, and I guess that's why we are entering this unreached stuff, unless it's just unimplemented yet. Okay, there you go. The window on demand is an example. Pump events. We don't do the set exit. Pump events. Pump the event loop to check and dispatch pending events without blocking. This API is designed to enable applications to integrate WinIt into an external event loop for platforms that can support that. This is not a portable API, and its usage involves a number of caveats and trade-offs. Notable events that will certainly create potential portability problems is buffered and handled outside of WinIt include suspended, resumed. I'm wondering why, like, even if I should even be looking through this instead of just like refactoring all of my code into using the regular event loop run. It's going to be like it's going to take some time, but it is possible for me to refactor, I guess. Exits automatically. So we're never waiting, basically. I think we need to do run on demand. Runs the event loop in the calling thread and calls the given event handler closure to dispatch. Unlike event loop run, this accepts non-static and non-move closures, and it's possible to return control back to the caller without consuming the event loop, but setting the control flow to exit. Wait, should I not do that? Run on demand? I do waiting myself in the loop? Not exactly true, because I'm waiting for the suspended event, no? I want to wait. I don't do the waiting myself, actually. I'm doing literally a busy loop. This is what I'm doing. Loop, and then we pump events, right? Where is the waiting? There, it's not happening there. Run on depends assumes that between calls to it, you clear everything. Okay. Pump events. So for pump events, I just don't do the exit then. Is that true, right? That right? I just don't do that. Wait, does the control flow even do anything? Wait, hold on. Event loop up events and then you set exit. Oh, I guess. Wait, no. This example over here literally sets the exit. Why am I hitting the unreachable? That's probably a bug, no? Let me try doing the example here. I mean, there is examples. Pump. Pump status, where is it? Wait, hold on. This example is probably tested because it's in a documentation test, right? I can just yeah, use. Okay. Okay, this does not, but let me try. So if I do just control flow, set exit here, because that's what I'm doing, right? Is this example go into panic? Yes, it is. All right, here we go. Unreachable code. Is that because I don't understand something, or is this a bug? Someone said something about unreachable. I think this should be a bug because it is just too easy to write this code. But this is still returning, right? So the way I can fix the Android example and see. So here we go. We just do a loop. We pump events. I just don't set to exit here, right? I think the bug happens when we set control flow to exit inside pump events, and then we call pump events again. Because after exit, you're not supposed to call pump events again because you were supposed to exit. Maybe that's probably what is happening. Yeah. So I set the exit here, and then I just so this is pump status, right? And I basically do while I just do break. Pump status exit. I mean, I can just break, or I can break with the exit code. You've commented about this PR when you did about this in PR. Okay. Well, you didn't comment about the unreachedness. I searched for unreachable, and yeah. Pump status is winit event pump status. All right. Let's see. So now we do cargo APK again. Pump status. Let's see. Is it going to work on Android? Okay. So it's working right now. Then I exit. I'm still in the main loop. So I'm not pausing now when I'm suspended. How do I wait? So when am I even receiving the suspend? Hold on. Oh, we're doing the trace right now. Let's not do the trace. All right, window removed, window available. I'm wondering if we are still in the busy loop though. I think we are in the busy loop. And we're supposed to wait for an actual event. So this works. But also I don't want the application to be actually running in the background. I wanted to wait for the resume event. Right? So how do I do this? Do I do control flow? It is set to wait, right? But I'm pretty sure it's not waiting. Let me do over here. Instead of just doing the trace logs, I'm just going to do debug pump status. And think you are. I'd come back to reviewing this again today. Wait, you think I am... I forgot what I asked. I am in the busy loop, and there... So I think the control flow is like being ignored, right? I should be able to actually wait for the next event without returning. Oh, wait. I mean, no. The API of the pump event literally says that it is a non-blocking, right? So how am I supposed to wait then? Because this is never blocking my thread, which means that I'm not like, yeah, this is literally what they say. But how am I supposed to like not use the CPU basically of my phone when I'm waiting for my game to be resumed? Yeah, we are in the busy loop. I'm pretty sure. I'm just going to debug the pump status here, and we're going to see the pump status. It does not implement debug. Okay. It should probably implement debug, by the way. Let me see, pump status. Yeah, this should implement debug. It's either continue or exit. This is like just two things, right? And instead of debugging, I'm just going to, I guess, a println pump. Okay, so right now I'm pumping, right? And I'm going to close the application, and it is still pumping. You see? Somewhere in between, it was there somewhere. I did see it. It just exits, like, because I'm logging so much. I did see that we were suspended. And then we continue pumping, basically, even though we are doing the suspend. So yeah. So this works on one side. On the other side, I'm in the busy loop, which is bad for the battery of my phone. Right? I mean, you know what? I will probably just go and rewrite my code into... I'm wondering how long is it going to take to just rewrite the code into the regular run. And the regular run is what we're supposed to be using anyway. Like, why are you even trying to do this API? Just because of lazy people just like me who don't want to rewrite their engine code, right? That's the whole reason for this API to exist, right? Or is there some other use cases? Because I don't know. Anyway, let's try going into the game. All right, over here. Yes, it is just for lazy people. Okay. I think, I don't know. I mean, it makes sense, but also, like, you should have forced me to just rewrite all of my code into the regular run instead of doing all of that, I think. Like, do it the proper way instead of trying to do all the hacks. And for some extreme use cases where you want to have Winit as yet another event source. Yet another event source. John says that you shouldn't use it in the docs, yeah. Did it say so about the run return before? When I did this thing originally, you had not the run return, but the poll events. I think is Winit poll events is the original function, the original name of this, right? But then you replace it with that. Maybe uses things similar to you. But they probably do it in the because of the similar reasons. Just because it is more work to rewrite it into the run, right? But yeah, I think the only run return wasn't a thing on Android. Poll events wasn't a thing on Android. That's what you're saying? Run return was a thing. It just doesn't get the suspend resume if I exit. So I think the only thing, if I do rewrite, then this is the one hack that I'm doing, right? That in the very beginning, when I'm initializing, I want my OpenGL context to be available to me immediately. So I wait until the first resume event, right? This is the only thing that I would like to have. Is it possible to do something like that on the iOS? On the iOS, I probably can create the OpenGL context immediately, right? Because this is literally the only hack needed for Android, because on all of the other platforms, we can create the window immediately, right? I mean, I just like, I would like to know before I rewrite. The only platform that I haven't tried yet is the iOS. There's probably going to be some stuff that I need to figure out for that. Do any of the example, does Winit work on iOS? Did they say about it? They just work? Is it possible for me to test iOS if I don't have a Mac, by the way? Similar to macOS, iOS UI doesn't some init work that's required by all URLs. Go see issue. This crash in iOS when swiping up for the control center. All right. You consider creating your windows inside and new events start causing it. Oh, okay. So you do wait for event then. Okay, there is a similar thing. We just wait for the new event and not for the resume. So it's a kind of similar thing. Gluten doesn't work with iOS, so you'll have to some fun porting. It's impossible to write iOS without a Mac. Okay. And there is a lot of work that I need to do because gluten doesn't work. Does gluten not work there because like it's impossible, or because they didn't do it? Bring back iOS support. I suppose was removed due to record. Okay. Okay, makes sense. No one wants to deal with Apple. I understand. I understand people. I understand. Alright. It's possible you just drop support because you cannot test. Are you the primary contributor to that? You are the main guy of Winit and Gluten? Okay, let's see. Patch. I mean, hold on. What I do is let's just go directly to the link cider. Link cider. Okay, let's add folder this. Let's add folder that. Yeah, you wrote all the current gluten. Oh, nice. Nice. Do you do any game development, or do you just make libraries for uh for us to do game development? I mainly try not to work too much on the engine, even although like that's what we're doing right now, trying to figure in this stuff out. But yeah, I don't work on the engine too much. It's kind of meh, the code there. Okay, so Winit is going to be that. Without even a patch. I do not even want a patch here. I want literally gluten Winit. This one over here. Wait, hold on. Before I do that, we do gluten. Wait, where is the revert? Oh, over here. Discard everything. We go to the gang branch. You write alacrity. Oh. Oh. Ew. That's nice. We use alacrity. Okay, do you have, by the way, any advice for how to do that? So we updated to use Winit Master, right? Instead of using the crate from crates.io. And in order to do that, one of the things that I can do is to do a patch, right? But patch doesn't work on anything other than the workspace root. So if I want my engine to depend on the Winit Master, I need to change all of my dependencies to actually point to the Git repository instead of crates.io because I cannot do the patch. But then, because I point to the Git, I need to change all of the other libraries that are pointing to Winit also to do that. Then that means that not only the Winit needs to be redirected, but also I need to fork the gluten and change the dependencies here to be like that. This is unfortunate and annoying to do. Because I need to change it here, and I also need to change it here. And then it can get out of sync, basically. And I can get duplicated, and then stuff will not file. Activate Linux, yeah. Okay. All right. Basically, would depend on Git directly in your engine and then make your engine really expert Winit. That's what I'm doing, yes. But like I said, if I depend directly on Git, one of the other crates that the engine itself uses is not only the Winit, but also the Winit gluten, right? So this means that not only the Winit needs to be changed, but also the Winit gluten should also point to the Git. And the only way I can change it is by forking it. Speaking of segfaults, you started learning some more C. Nice. How's it going? Okay, so the game is working. The game is working. Which is weird. Did I not... Because I'm still doing the run return. Did I not change cargo update? Oh, okay. I understand. Cargo patched run. Because I need to use the patched libraries. Okay. The solution is not to use because it doesn't add much. Yeah. But that's not the only example. I don't only have this problem with like gluten winit, right? I did some changes to Rodeo too. And until they merge my PR, I need to use my own like fork. And this also means that I cannot upload my engine to the crates.io because I depend on some Git stuff. The only way for me to put my engine that's working with Winit Master on crates.io is to upload my own version of Winit to crates.io, right? Which is equal to Winit Master. That is also a very pretty annoying thing. Like you need to wait for all of your upstream to be uploaded to crates. I wish they didn't just didn't have this limitation on the crates IO that you cannot put the thing that points to Git to there. You would do when it betters out of bump events. Yeah, but still, like, okay, I mean, you can do it relatively fast, maybe, but it's still annoying to wait. You know, how long since like I mean, maybe the solution is that all of the crate maintainers should upload the alpha versions like pretty constantly, and also, uh, it still is not as a solution though, because sometimes I want like uh to use a specific pull request that it isn't even merged yet, right? But I have tested it for myself. I don't want to wait. So I literally don't do anything with the flow here. The control flow literally does not do anything for the pump events, I think. I just need to be sure not to exit, otherwise we hit the unreachable. Expected winit window. Yeah, see, here's what I'm talking about. I have two versions of winit now. Somewhere. Somewhere. Maybe some folks do their own registries to make it that. Yeah. Actually, your own registry. But the thing is, your setting up your own registry is hard because you need to. You cannot just like. It would be very nice if I could just create a Git repository that acted as a registry, but that's not possible. You need to actually like do a service that provides some HTTP API. I looked into that a little bit. It's not easy to do. You need an active server and not just uh like static server is not enough. Even although you can I want to do a read only one. Yeah. I would like to be able to do a Git repository as a cargo registry. I mean, there you can do it, but you cannot do like it. I think you cannot upload to it in an automatic way unless somebody created a wrapper to do that. I don't remember exactly. I looked into that a little bit, and I couldn't find an easy solution. Like it's much easier for me to handle the Git dependencies. What is wrong? I don't understand. Hold on. Update. Rust windowing winit is still somewhere. The Git repository of Rust windowing winit is still somewhere. Updating winit, yeah. So like, hold on. I can just take a look at my cargo log to figure out what is happening. Winit. Who is depending on this one? Wait, winit is only once here. Which is weird. Where's the rib? It's not here. How is that possible? Because it literally said so over here that we're adding the rib winit. So why am I not seeing this in the cargo log? Run on demand? Why don't I see it? It literally said so in the cargo update. Huh? As in folks basically do in vendor and then apply patches they want and point to that vendor registry. Yeah, that's only for local purposes, right? Not for... like other users of my engine, for example. They will need to do this themselves. Even with a private registry, they would need to set it up. Which is harder than just pointing to crates.io. What am I doing? Why is my... Wait, I'm removing, then I'm adding stuff. I think I need to stop the Rust Analyzer. Maybe it's Rust Analyzer, because Rust Analyzer is not using the patched, I think. Yeah. It's probably the thing. The thing. Patch winit is not used. Right, yeah. Winit. Okay. Name is winit. Name is winit. Passion used. Okay, who is depending on this one? Gluten winit. That is wrong. Okay, I understand what is happening. We need to go config code cargo bash toml. Here's another annoying thing. So I'm using these patches, right? But in order to maintain cargo lock inside the repository, I need to disable the patches temporarily, right? And that is also annoying. So right now I have the cargo patched alias, which is adding this patch on top, but my Rust Analyzer, for example, is working without it. It's like weird. I don't know a good solution to that. The only solution that I know of is that when I want to commit the updated cargo log to the repository, I need to remove the like comment out or remove my cargo config with the patches. Gluten win it is still depending on that. Oh, wait, hold on. I need to do the branch. Yes, because, yeah, the source is including the branch. Right? Or is it not? Like that. Batch gluten was not used. Hold on. Maybe not. It didn't complain about the missing. I think I need to not only patch not only gluten but also gluten win it. Gluten win it. That's how I do it. Okay. Now I do cargo run. Oh wait, not cargo run. Cargo patched run. Okay. And then we do over here. Pump events. So for this hack that I have, wait, so I will not be able to do the control flow exit here either, right? Instead, I need to do like a boolean flag here instead of doing a control flow. I do let mute resumed is false, and I do while not resumed. Just do this. This is not never going to do the exit. Instead, I do resumed is true, right? Hello, hello. Okay, let's see if it works as a native game. Looks like everything works. Okay, and then we do cargo patched APK run. Or rather, since this is compiling now, let me just commit this. Use pump events. Okay. Win it. Pump events. Now I can use the regular cargo. This works. And then I do cargo APK run. I mean, I did just Android. I will look into why cargo APK doesn't work. I wanted to do my own like helper my cargo gang helper. I wanted to be able to do what cargo APK is doing already. Anyway. Okay, it's going to work, please. Okay, here's the game. Here's the game. We can play the game. Let's do this and then go back. The app does not respond. But I think that's because I clicked on the icon. Like again, because of the cargo APK, it doesn't work. So let me try this again. I can do this, and then I do this, and then I do that, and the game's still working. All right, there you go. I have actually fixed it. Okay, I don't know, Davies, if you are here, but I have finally fixed it. You can close the game and then open it again, and you can continue. We fixed the bug. Pump events. Nice. All right. This was it doesn't work like it should be, but it is working, which is better than not working, basically. So, yeah. I should probably stop ignoring cargo log. So the reason I'm ignoring cargo log is because I'm using patches, but I actually want to commit those. I don't know the good solution to the patches. All right, there you go. Update thing. All right, so this should technically be us closing that issue. Mobile port. Stop working once you close it. Okay, so this is fixed. All right. Volume button is not working somehow. Hold on. Here's another thing that we had. So here's our game. And if I press the volume button on the phone... Oh, wait, it's working now. So the volume button was also broken, probably because of the same thing. So we fixed that too. Because previously, when I was pressing the volume buttons while playing the game, they were not responding. So this is also fixed. Okay. Now the only thing that is left is me figuring out the how to open the keyboard on the phone to do the editor. To set the names of the levels. That's the only thing that is left. All right. I think I did good progress today, even although when it was capturing volume buttons, we added a handler to set it. Oh, okay. So yeah, that is actually what fixed it. Me updating winit to master, right? All right. I need to not forget to move back to the crates.io version once it's released. But yeah. I need to go now. This has been good stuff. Here's some C++ content.
I just implemented a 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth ability.
So you either opt in out of volume buttons when building event loop on Android. Yeah, I don't think the game should handle the volume up, volume down. I don't think the game should be handling that. All right. That's it for me for today. I will stream again in a week, I think, because during this week I'm going to be not home. So until whenever is our next stream, bye bye.